Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is November 5th, 2024, Election Day. So an important day, not only for us locally, but, for us as a nation. And so I really appreciate that we in our country have the honor, the ability to do this. There's many countries that do not. So I will open up the Board of Supervisors meeting. I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which I will lead. Thank you. Okay, I have one announcement to make, just so that everybody is clear. Item number 19 on the published agenda, which was under Office of Emergency Services, concerning approval of the 2024 multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan. That item has been pulled from today's agenda, so we will not be hearing that today. So if anybody is here with an interest to that item, we're going to bring it back. I'm not sure when we're going to bring it back. We're going to try to bring it back on December 3rd, but that's yet to be determined. So just so that everybody's clear, please. Okay, the other thing, so we're going to open the meeting with oral communications. And so I will enter into this with the same language that I've used every time. Please understand that communications under oral communication is for items that are not on the agenda. And I'll stress that, not on the agenda. Whether it be a full agenda item, whether it be a closed session item, this is for items that are not on the agenda for people to speak about. People will come up to the podium. I would ask that everybody please recognize and understand to please address the board and not any staff that may or may not be in the room. You'll have 3 minutes in order to make your statement, whatever it be. After 2 minutes, there'll be a tone, and the clock is up here, so you'll be well aware that of your time frames. And the last item that I always stress is that while you have the perfect legal right to use any language that you want when you're at the podium addressing our board, I would ask that you please consider having respect for people in the audience. I see we have some young children in the audience today, as well as staff members, that you not use any bad language or anything like that, though you have the legal right to do so. So with that said, I will look for oral communications. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, board, and I'm here to provide some public information regarding something important that you brought up, sir, at the beginning, which is the election that's going on today. I'm Tom Crosby. I serve a number of roles in the county, unofficially, however, one officially, and that is that I'm your county elections integrity officer. And the way that works is that the state of California, through the Secretary of State, establishes policies, guidelines, and procedures for overseeing our elections, and that's passed to our two primary parties, the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And both parties have the opportunity to establish election integrity oversight and build teams and procedures of their own. And I represent the Republican Party in that regard. But it is although it's partisan, it's actually a nonpartisan goal. The goal is to have fair and proper elections that follow the laws of the land. And I'll just describe my team. We have 6 people that have been covering all of our vote centers, as well as our elections headquarters here. And we work in concert with our register of voters. And this is a year-long process. We're involved in the rolls, as well as the logic and accuracy testing of our various technologies and systems, reviewing processes and procedures, and participate in this way, so that with the goal of ensuring that, to the degree that we can, the public, that their vote is desired and counted, and that the process is fair, and that we can trust in the results. That's the objective. So I just wanted to communicate that, and thank everyone for voting. It's going to be an exciting day. I'm going to be here till very late, along with a lot of other people. Thank you so much.
And so I'll just tag on to that. Thank you, Tom, for explaining your role. And I would like to stress that our county elections for the positions that we're looking at, Board of Supervisors, they are nonpartisan. And I appreciate, Tom, that you mentioned that. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mike DeAnda. I'm the union business representative for operating engineers, and I understand what you said this morning. You have a closed session for negotiations. But when I was here in September, I waited until the closed session. You guys left. Everybody emptied the room, and I went and asked some questions, and you guys came back to do the public comment. So I was trying to get in today. So understood, duly noted, I'll be back. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of convey that.
No, and I apologize that if we had a misstep, previously that was not intentional.
Understood.
But definitely we'll ask you to speak before we go into closed session.
I'll be back then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ann Weaver, and I'm the lead worker for roads in the Jamestown shop, and I've been here approaching 31 years now. And I'd just like to take a couple minutes to talk about my crew and these guys here in orange. God, I didn't want to get emotional. But these guys behind me, they're extremely hardworking and dedicated and awesome human beings. And they brush, they pave, they ditch, they plow snow, they sand roads, sometimes 12 plus hours a day. And weekends, holidays, I couldn't ask for a better crew. Now, with all that being said, road workers start at $19.36 an hour. And they do all of the above when they're working. And they bring home, like road workers, $1,100 a paycheck, $2,200 a month. And they're expected to pay food, rent, electricity, cell phone bills, insurance, all this stuff. And it's sad to watch them struggle being their boss, and it's really kind of sad. But they're a great bunch of guys, and we've lost a handful of guys alone to Caltrans. We lose them to, Ultra Power, TUD, Forestry, and I don't want to lose any more of these guys. And it's turning into like a stepping stone. They get here and they're forced to leave. Don't get me wrong, they love the benefits and the retirement, which I hope to see very soon. And but it's the struggle to get to the 5-year vested mark, for some of these guys. And I just wanted to talk about them a little bit because the zero is like a slap in the face, and sometimes this job can be thankless, but we get bashed from social media for there's my tone. For snow berms in their driveway and everything and all that. And so I just wanted to say the positive about these guys. They're like my kids. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ann, for stating that. And again, on our board agenda today, we are going to be having a closed session regarding negotiations. But I just want to, publicly state that every member of this board is entirely cognizant of the jobs that you folks do, right? We understand it, whether it be during the summer under trying conditions, winter snowplower. plowing operations, and much, much more. All the work that you do is very well recognized, so thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Board. Mark Pintor, Director of Continuous Improvement at Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools. So I am here. My apologies. The report I submitted for Williams, I found an error after it was posted to the agenda. So what I did is I brought copies for you of the corrected copy, which was on page 3. I had transposed the last table on there, Somerville Elementary and Mountain High. I had transposed out those numbers for them. So I corrected it on here, and I'll submit to you and the board clerk the corrections I have currently.
Okay. And which item?
Oh, it's consent agenda item 4.
Item 4.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Very good, and appreciate having the updated information.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So if you can distribute that to the board clerk and. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Laura Jensen, and I have been working with my property since 2021.
Can you move a little closer to the mic? We're having a hard time
Yes.
hearing you.
And I have been to other supervisors' meetings to get my situation heard, and I believe it has to be a closed session, and I need to have that meeting, please.
So
There's too many things to list in 3 minutes.
okay, so I would ask that you, I'm not sure the situation here that you're,
I can say my supervisor is the Honorable Mr. Anaya Kirk.
okay. So to have something heard in closed session, right, it's agendized, through our system, through administration, and there has to be good reason for it to be out of the public eye, in closed session, and there's very specific regulations that deal with that. So if you have some concerns, please present them, through our administration, CEO Riggs,
Okay.
our county counsel's office, and we'll look at that and decide how to react upon it accordingly.
Okay.
So you've got two, well, your timer was still counting. We had two minutes left, let's say, to talk about the issue, and then if there's anything that you're not able to get to, you can write it and email it to the board. Does that work?
Or
Because I have no idea.
or Liz,
So we do
yeah,
have
we
a
got Liz over
deputy
here.
CAO
Could
who
you
is
meet with
here.
Liz? And then Liz, can you give us a summary?
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
An email summary, Liz, thanks.
Okay, additional oral communications. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to the County of Tuolumne Territory of 1849. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. This is an educational speech today. Back in 1983, there was ABC miniseries called George Washington, and that was on George Washington 1983 miniseries. Then there was part 2, the Bill of Rights in 1987, and that was everybody watched that, and they explained all the first 10 amendments in intimate detail, historical fact, and I think everybody should watch that. And they emphasize everything. They emphasize what all the first, second, third, fourth to the 10th is. And then there's another movie, do an intermission. It's called The Battle of Athens, Tennessee, 1946. And you all should look that up on Netflix or YouTube if you can find it, and watch that. Okay, enough with that. Now, let's see. Then there's Kirk's Law Corner, Common Law and Natural Law, on YouTube, and he goes into great detail every Monday nights at 6 p.m. You can find him there on the internet. And then there's richardvobes.com. Now, he's from England, lives outside London, and he talks about common law and natural right, but he also talks about the American Constitution quite a bit, and he's very impressed by it. And the next one I want to do is the health director for Tuolumne County, Kimberly Freeman, Michelle Machetta, any spreading of false cries of monkeypox or any other dribble, fraud of a fake pandemic from the World Health Organization or California, there is Title 18. These are criminal codes against city, county, state, and federal agencies and personnel. Title 18, United States Code 1038, life imprisonment, and there is Title 18, United States Code 1040, 30 years in prison for fraud. Source, Peggy Hall, The Healthy American, October 25th, 2024, and the video is 33 minutes long. And there's also California Penal Code 504. Now, the next one, I still have time to look. Okay, there's Audit for the Audit on YouTube, the civilrightslawyer.com, Lackluster.com on YouTube, and there's We the People University by Aliyah Israel, West Virginia. They go into all your constitutional rights. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional oral communications. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Reginald Zenkowicz, and I'm here to talk about a specific road in this county that was deemed private by forestry and FEMA, which is the old Buchanan Mine Road, which runs through private properties. My way of getting to my property is prescriptive. Nobody lives beyond my property, as it is surrounded by public lands. Seeing that this road has been designated private by forestry and FEMA, why does not this county and law enforcement recognize this? This has been going on for the last 3 years because of one person who says he can cross my property because he has a mining claim on the BLM land next to my private property. And I would like to know why this county is being such a mess about this road. Even the road department has nothing to do with it. They don't want anything to do with it. But yet, I've been taken to court over this road. I have my fences, my gate was been torn off and thrown off to the side by a neighbor because he feels that he can do whatever he wants on private property. He also built a pond, which is illegal because there is no permit for it, no inspection for it, or anything like that. And the county says, oh, we don't do ponds. He has encroached on my property, and I don't like it. He is being a criminal, and I would like to have this road designated as private, which it is designated by forestry and FEMA. And Mr. Kirk, I am in your district, and I would like something done about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to thank Donnie McNair because he and I have been talking. And so there are now signs downstairs because guns, concealed or otherwise, are not allowed at any polling places. So thank you, Donnie. I want to congratulate everyone on the health fair. I thought that went pretty well. And the cooking demos seemed extremely popular. And one of our cooking demos persons, Elizabeth, is here today, so please welcome her. And I'm concerned there's a lot of talk, at least in the Sonora area, about how our businesses are being massively affected by the extremely rising utility rates. And so there are some businesses that are not sure they're going to make it. So I've talked to Robbie about meeting with some of them, but this appears to be a really big issue for a lot of businesses. I've also been talking to the master gardeners as well as the UCCE about making an announcement about they're no longer going to be collecting styrofoam in our county. And supposedly they've had a press release written for over a month that they haven't submitted anywhere. So I've been telling them, if you're not going to collect styrofoam, you need to tell people. Because DART is no longer going to come up and run a truck to take styrofoam back down to the valley. And so unless someone does it themselves, there's no place to collect styrofoam here, and we need to tell people that. And also there's a plan for someone to purchase the dome, so we certainly won't have to hear all those people who want the dome for nothing. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional oral communications? Okay, seeing none, we will move on at this time to staff reports. And so I invite staff to come up and present. And please understand we have a very full agenda today, so if we can keep our staff reports brief, it would be much appreciated.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Ramos. I'm with the Public Health Department, and I manage the CalFresh Healthy Living Nutrition and Physical Activity program. And I just wanted to share with you today a little project we've been working on called the Go Guide, and I made sure that all of you have a copy this morning. We partnered with our Tuolumne Thrives Coalition to get input on this, to create a guide for residents of the county to enjoy our outdoor spaces and also enjoy some urban walks where we've kind of outlined what the miles are in different places. So if you go to the junction, it's a certain miles around. Just wanting to encourage people to get as much physical activity as possible. And we've got a really nice map in here that outlines different outdoor places that people can enjoy from Jamestown all the way up to Pinecrest Lake. And we've called out dog parks and playgrounds and trails and things for people to enjoy, lakes as well. And then on the reverse side, we've got, again, like I said, the short urban walks with miles, but also some flavored water ideas. So part of being healthy is drinking lots of water, and sometimes people like a little flavor in their water, so we've got some recipes there. We've got some suggestions for recipes on myplate.gov, and we've also got some QR codes that will direct people to the website. That there are elements of this Go Guide that are on our website in Public Health, and then the Community Resource Guide, which of course has an array of resources for people to stay well in our county. We will be doing a press release on this very soon, and people can get these Go Guides at the Public Health Department and through our various partners on the Tuolumne Thrives Coalition, and I will also leave some copies in the back here.
Great. And are they on your website as well?
Yes.
Available for
so
download?
It is on the website as well.
Okay.
So thank you
good.
very much.
Okay, thank you. Additional staff reports. Good morning.
Morning, members of the board. Katie Henry. I'm the analyst that oversees the Mastered Stewardship Agreement for our Forest Health Program. I just wanted to let the public to be aware that we have started our fuel reduction project out in the Italian Bar, Jupiter area, so there'll be a lot of machinery operating in the could be possibly early hours of the morning to about midday, and just to be aware of those. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for letting us know. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Donnie McNair, Clerk and Auditor Controller. As mentioned, today is Election Day. If you haven't voted yet and you have your ballot, please use one of our 10 drop-off boxes. If you want to use the mail, please go to the post office, go inside and get it postmarked so it has today's date on it. If you lost your ballot or want to come and vote at one of the vote centers, we have 5. One of them's downstairs on the 2nd floor. And if you haven't registered yet, you can come in and get a conditional ballot. We have already received over 22,000 ballots, which is over 62%. Thanks.
So, and just confirming, people can, if they have any issues, they can, anytime during the day today, come to your office.
We close at 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scott Heim, your Public Works Director. I just want to announce some recent paving work that was completed in our community. Our road crews completed asphalt overlays on Jacobs Road and a portion of French Flat Road, improving the quality and safety of our roadways and ensuring a smoother driving experience for residents. I would also like to take a moment to recognize and express my heartfelt appreciation for the hardworking men and women who keep our roads safe, functional, and reliable. Our road and fleet crews are truly unsung heroes. Whether it's clearing snow during a blizzard, repairing potholes on a hot summer day, or maintaining infrastructure that we all rely on, their work is never easy, but always essential. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, board and staff. Michael Roberson with the General Services Agency. GSA has a couple announcements that we want to make you and the public aware of. One is a great project that was completed, and on a day like today to announce it because of the patriotism that we're all feeling today. But in a storm in early March, the historic flagpole in Tuolumne Memorial Park was damaged, and there were lots of plans that were afoot to come together with that, but really through the work of several different agencies and a veteran, Aaron Rasmussen, we were able to pull together a team of our facilities management crew led by Steve Wailico, as well as a variety of community partners and volunteers to repair that. So as of October 16th, the flagpole has been reinstalled and is ready for Veterans Day celebration next week, and we're thankful for that. So I really want to give a shout out to the people in that community who came together to work with our staff team, as well as TPRD and others in the community. It was a great project and felt like a real strong community esprit de corps, so it was great to do that. And also, another project that is important to the people of Groveland is the restoration of the Groveland Community Hall. And so on November 12th, at the Groveland Community Resilience Center at 10 a.m., we're hosting a community input meeting with our GSA staff, as well as the architect who has been hired to have historic considerations for the conversation. So it's an opportunity for the community to give input and staff to give information. And so we invite everyone to be a part of that, and there is a flyer on the back table, as well as we're getting the word out through our district supervisor and some of the other connections that we have up there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, after a little pause, we're back here. Yeah, no worries.
That's all right. Debbie Eskew from the Veterans Service Office. I just wanted to update you on and other individuals on what's happening between the 9th and the 16th of November. We're starting off with the Field of Flags at 11:30, and that is sponsored by the Rotary. And you'll have these in your boxes later on today. I'll get you copies of that. Then on Wednesday, most importantly, come out and meet your veteran representatives. We'll be stationed at each of your districts between 8:30 and 10:30 for coffee and sweets. We'll sign up veterans who require dental services that do not have those, and they will probably get those that happen in 2025 because of the short notice. Excuse me. So there's also will be a list of businesses that are offering specials during that week, and will be posted on our Facebook site, Tuolumne County Veterans Service Office, no later than this Thursday, because Monday was the deadline for them to get the information into us. And then the businesses will also have a flyer outside their window, and it will denote which businesses are supporting Veterans Appreciation Week and what discounts they're offering and when. We also will be sending this list to all the veterans groups so they can get them out to their members. We'll post them. They can call our office, 209-533-6280, to get a list of those businesses. There'll be an announcement in the Weekender. And then again, with the flyer, excuse me, the window announcement, people can do like a little scavenger hunt in each of your districts to see what and when they're going to be providing that service. Then on Saturday, most importantly, after 2 years of working on the Women's Memorial, it will be dedicated, and California's Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Lindsay Sen, will be our keynote speaker. She's a Navy veteran, and that will start at 10 o'clock, and there'll be a little reception following. Thank you.
So Debbie, if you could, you mentioned a district by district. Do you have a schedule for that? I mean, how will people know?
Oh, this, I don't have Groveland's name. Sonora, of course, will be at our office. You mean for the Wednesday?
Yeah, you just mentioned, and maybe I wasn't clear on it, you were going to do something for each district with that?
Every district. Last month, we asked the board if they know anybody in their district that may want to, their business to, we've gone out and canvassed too, in their district specifically, to provide a free coffee, a discounted, beverage, something like that. So that's what's going to be publicized in the Weekender, the ones that did sign up for that. And also, it will also have our dates and times for the get to know your representative in each of your districts.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Additional staff reports. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent calendar. I'll look first to my fellow board members. Is there any item that any board member wants to pull for further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the September 24th, 2024, October 1st, 2024, October 15th, 2024, and October 18th, 2024 meeting minutes. Item number 2, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 2023 through March 3.22.060 for a fifth vote required. Item number 3, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a flood damage on August 19th, 2024 at the Navigation Center pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060 for a fifth vote required. Item number 4, recognizing a report submitted by the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools on the Williams Act pursuant to Education Code 1240. Item number 5, adopting Resolution 9424 to accept allocations in the amount of $33,313 for transitional housing program services and $12,166 for housing navigation maintenance program services from the California Department of Housing and Community Development to be extended to no later than June 30th, 2027, recognizing unanticipated revenue and increasing appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2024-25 Department of Social Services budget, and authorizing the County Administrator Officer to sign all related documents for a fifth vote required. Item number 6, Resolution 9424, approving the public participation for Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and Housing and Community Development, HCD, projects. Item number 7, waiving the first reading of a special ordinance to correct a clerical error in Section 1 of Ordinance 3454, as adopted by the Board of Supervisors on March 19th, 2024, and scheduling the second reading and adoption of the ordinance on December 3rd, 2024. Item number 8, executing a landscape maintenance agreement with Caltrans to maintain the landscaping and irrigation system improvements located within the island, located in the southwestern intersection of SR 49108 and Main Street in Jamestown, and authorizing the chair to sign. Item number 9, adopting Resolution 9624, approving the submission of a home investment partnership income application in the amount not to exceed $2.7 million on behalf of Habitat for Humanity, Tuolumne County, Incorporated. Item number 10, approving the position changes in the Community Development Department, the Public Works Department, and the General Services Agency, Information Technology. Item number 11, approving the updated Executive Assistant Deputy Clerk of the Board class specification. Item number 12, adopting Resolution 9724, approving the Residential Anti-Displacement and Relocation Plan for Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Housing and Community Development, HCD projects. Item number 13, designated the 2025 California State Association of Counties, CSAC, Board of Directors, Delegate and Alternate. Item number 14, designated the 2025 Board of Directors Delegate an alternate for the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, Golden State Finance Authority, GSFA, Golden State Connect Authority, GSCA, and Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, ESJPA.
Okay, very good. And just notating, we had there was a little correction that was presented to us, so we'll incorporate that in the consent calendar. So looking to the board, any comments on the consent calendar? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Pull up my notes. Great, thank you. I wanted to say first, thank you to Public Works. They have been doing an immense amount of work in the Jamestown Main Street area. I know it's all tore up right now, but one of the key things for years has been an issue is trying to get access to that island at the southern tip there, which is Caltrans managed to basically beautify that. So for item 8, I just wanted to say thank you to Public Works. That's been many years in the works. Also, very appreciative on item 9. As we're looking at potentially any money expiring, trying to support one of our most successful affordable housing developers in the community, Habitat for Humanity, with money that's going to go to homes that folks can afford, local families, and I really appreciate the work that they do. And then lastly, just appreciation on items 13 and 14. We have to do our CSAC and our CRC appointments earlier than most of the committee appointments happen in January, so to Supervisor Campbell for continuing to lead and work in CSAC. And then Supervisor Half also for her years of work with RCRC, which I look forward to stepping into.
Very good. Additional board comments? Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just really wanted to, I agree with the comments of my colleague about the road crews. They've really been kicking, you know what, up in my district lately, and it's very appreciated by the community. It's a lot of hard work working in some of those tight neighborhoods and on roads that haven't been maintained in 30 years, but they're getting it done, and it takes time, but they're really getting work done, and it looks great. I also wanted to highlight the I lost which one it was, item 9, which is the resolution approving the submission of home investment partnership income. Got to really hand it to Rachel Bell and Habitat for Humanity to finding a way to use that money. That's money that gets set aside through county programs where people purchase homes, and it's been sitting there unused. And so Habitat for Humanity is this great organization that I think everybody here knows about, and being able to partner with them to get them to build new homes, and then hopefully once those homes are built, it puts money back into the system that you can then use to build additional homes. And so I think it's a really good program, a really good partnership, and really happy that we were able to get that on the agenda to approve today.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Since you guys keep commenting on it, I'll just say number 9, it's going to be pretty cool. I was there for the meeting, and if you read it, which I know you did, it's going to be 3D printed housing. So I think there's only been one other project like this in the state, so there's going to be a lot of eyes on Tuolumne County when that goes into effect. So I think it's a cool thing. So thank you, staff.
Very good. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I too want to call attention to item number 9. Thank Rachel Bell for her partnership, and thank Trinity Abila, also the CEO of Habitat for Humanity, who has been such a great partner in our housing collaborative as well. And I wanted to call attention to what they're doing. It's a little bit different in this application from their normal build and put a family in. They're actually going to be renting to people, low-income families. It's a departure from what they have done in the past. And of course, the two 3D printed homes for ADA. They're going to be ADA compliant homes as well. It's a big deal. And I just wanted to call attention to that as well and say thank you.
Very good. And I have similar sentiments. Item 9, definitely, that's a huge thing. Really appreciate my fellow board's comments on that. And just wanted to, just call out on items 13 and 14. A little bit of a different situation because normally, when we do appointments at the board level, it's done by the board chair as we move into a new year. But because of these statewide organizations that we belong to and have a lot of success with, they're looking for the nominations a bit early. And so we had them on our agenda appropriately today to do so. And that's a good thing that we keep moving forward. So with that said, I'll look for public comment on the consent calendar. If there's anybody who would like to speak on any item regarding the consent calendar. Yes, it is, and you can. Good morning.
Good morning. So I will thank Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools for coming and correcting his report. Thank you very much. And I've been trying to get he and the sheriff together, so I guess they have, so good for that. Congratulations to Trinity. I've seen a presentation on this 3D home. It was very impressive. And I remember several months ago when this was first being discussed, the Union Democrat had an article. But I hope that our local media will do a little bit more, and perhaps we could do a little dog and pony show someplace, because it was a very impressive presentation. To see what actually it's going to look like would be amazing. And then I found it interesting on item number 12 that, again, we're discussing position changes and whatever on the consent calendar, but this one didn't come with any accompanying salary changes, as opposed to some other ones that have come with significant salary changes. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, John Flynn, your political watchdog. Your number 9, the allotment of $2.7 million, that's already covered. That's covered about 5 homes. Seems too little. It should be like 50 million plus. The builder should have. It's only a suggestion, but the builder should be able to write 100% of his material off because this is going to be very expensive to do. And what about single adults, male and females? We always get the short end of the stick. If you were working, like I was in my younger days, if you were single, you had to work on weekends. If you wanted to have weekends off, you had to get married and have a family. That's wrong. And so I just think it should be up to the Habitat for Humanity number. That's okay, but there should be an incentive. 100% tax write-off on materials. $50 million would be more appropriate plus, and that's about it. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I'll look to the board looking for a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the consent.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Haff. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, consent calendar does pass. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. We're now moving to proclamations and commendations. And I would ask the clerk to please read item number 15.
Item number 15, presenting a life-saving award to Deputy Cody Skellinger by Sheriff Vasquez and Chair Goldenberg.
Morning, Board. County Administration, Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Well, as you know, I always like to start out with gratitude, and there's a lot to be grateful for today. Just the month of November alone, we honor veterans. We honor all the men and women who have dedicated their lives to service so we can enjoy all the freedoms that we have as Americans. It is the greatest nation on this planet and will continue to thrive so as long as we have brave men and women who want to defend that. And I think that deserves the highest level of recognition today, especially on Election Day, where the people's voice, the freedom that they have to make choices absent of any pressure or anything other than just the will of what they think should be spoken that day. I think it's fortuitous that it's happening right now and on the same day that we are going to recognize one of our deputy sheriffs who is also a service member, specifically a Marine. And for those that don't know, the Marine Corps will turn 249 years old on November 10th, birth date being 1775. I couldn't resist. I had to throw that little recognition out there. Detective Skellinger is a very, very special person. Not only is he a Marine who dedicated his young life to serving his country in one of the most dynamic units, which was the infantry, specifically as a sniper. He continues that lifelong vision of service for Tuolumne County. And we have so many service members who take that same path and choose to serve in the sheriff's office and a variety of other county offices as well. But he's not only a deputy sheriff, he's also a detective. He's also one of the team leaders on our special weapons and tactics team. He's also a range master who's entrusted with the special duties of training new deputy sheriffs to come on and defend the community and defend their lives, should they be called upon to use the highest level of authority bestowed upon us from the people. He's a lot of things, and all of those things require a person to master their craft. You cannot get to where Detective Skellinger is with mediocrity. You cannot get there with half measures. And the reason why I highlight all of those things, because on top of it all, and probably most importantly, he's a father, he's a husband. Because when you get to a level where you have achieved so much as Detective Skellinger has, we all know that there is a significant other who stands right next to us with that same, if not greater strength, encouraging us every step of the way. And also to tell us when to settle down. A little bit of balance goes a long way. I have one too. Every day, the men and women who suit up and put this uniform on and put on their gear, they say goodbye, they give kisses, they give hugs with zero absolution that they're going to return. That's important to recognize because when we deal with things like mental health crisis, they can go from a routine feeling to the highest level of volatility that a deputy sheriff will see in their entire career. We average approximately 20 to 30 mental health crisis calls. That's in partnership with our well-respected partners at Behavioral Health, our fire partners, our ambulance partners, everybody who comes together to navigate these very complicated situations when they unfold amongst the public. Our primary function is to ensure containment so we can protect the community and achieve a peaceful resolution. Most often, deputy sheriffs have to make split-second decisions when those situations go from what would seem to be routine to volatile to the point that exceeds almost the standard function of one deputy sheriff. In this incident that we are going to highlight, it was a team effort. However, there was one individual that stood out during that event. On June 8th, 2024, Detective Skellinger's actions reflected a balance of a strategic mindset and swift actions of his heart. I received a memo from Sergeant Nathan Yorston, who was in command of that incident that day. I had to rewrite it, not because of the quality, but because it was filled with information that cannot be presented to the public due to the fact that it does involve mental health crisis. I will read that memo now. The Sheriff's Awards Committee consists of 10 members from a variety of classifications within the Sheriff's Office. The role of the Awards Committee is to review all submissions recommending special recognition of staff who display exemplary service in the line of duty. Special awards may range from letters of commendation to prestigious medals. The Awards Committee accepts recommendations from all ranks and classifications of the Sheriff's Office to include members of the public. All recommendations are carefully vetted and scrutinized for accuracy, and appropriate level of award is recommended. Based on the specific set of facts outlined in this memorandum, the Awards Committee's recommendation, I am awarding Detective Cody Skellinger with the Sheriff's Life-Saving Medal. The Life-Saving Award is reserved for those who selflessly serve the community and display the highest standards of professionalism and bravery in the face of danger, resulting in the preservation of human life. On June 8, 2024, at approximately 1 p.m., Tuolumne County Behavioral Health reported to the Sheriff's Dispatch one of their clients was experiencing a mental health crisis. The client in crisis was reported to be a danger to themselves and possibly others. Furthermore, the individual was reported to be roaming the area of Twain Harte on an all-terrain vehicle. A record check of the subject revealed history of mental health detentions for suicidal and other violent tendencies. On the day of this incident, the subject informed staff that he was going to light himself on fire or blow himself up, which I might add, we have had that incident twice in the last 15 years in this county. Deputy Skellinger responded to the Twain Harte, at the time he was a deputy, responded to the area of Twain Harte and located the subject who was holding a red gasoline container near the shoreline of Brentwood Lake. Deputy Skellinger kept approximately 40 yards from the subject, requested fire resources and additional units to secure the area. Subject's speech was unintelligible, and it was unknown if he had doused himself with the gasoline. Deputy Skellinger coordinated with dispatch to call the subject on a cell phone, which was successful. The subject made several threats to commit suicide if Deputy Skellinger approached him. At one point, the subject became increasingly agitated and told Deputy Skellinger that he was prepared to go out like Gran Torino. This is a common reference that we actually hear more than once where a person is threatening suicide by cop. And proceeded to tell Deputy Skellinger that he was going to instigate a violent ending to the incident. Deputy Skellinger continued to encourage the subject to end the incident peacefully and repeated, "I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to help you." Deputy Skellinger spoke to the subject for approximately 1 hour, developing a rapport with the subject while additional resources secured and staged in the area. After an hour of dialogue, the subject informed Deputy Skellinger that he was hanging up and he was going to drown himself by swimming out to the middle of the lake. The subject abruptly entered the water and started kicking towards the deep portion of the lake, exhaling and submerging himself into the water. Without hesitation and at full sprint and without regard to his own safety, Deputy Skellinger cleared approximately 40 yards and dove headfirst into the water in full uniform and gear. Deputy Skellinger was able to wrestle the subject back to the shoreline where other deputies rushed in to assist with the detention. Deputy Skellinger exhibited patience, empathy, and a genuine care for human life beyond his own. The quick thinking of Deputy Skellinger and his use of restraint was instrumental in the de-escalation efforts that allowed him to capitalize on the first opportunity to achieve a peaceful resolution during this high-risk encounter. Deputy Skellinger's actions shall be regarded as a model of selflessness and dedication to duty, which resulted in the preservation of human life and is in keeping with the highest standards of Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. In closing, and just to circle back on how I say we cannot do this without the support of our family, to Mrs. Skellinger, Danielle, thank you for letting us have Cody. Thank you for his continued service, and little Harlan, who I saw back there. She's ignoring me. Your daddy's a hero. He is a hero, and he did save life on June 8th, 2024. With that being said, I'd like to invite the board chair down to present the certificate and medal to Detective Skellinger. Stop hiding in the back. Go ahead and make your way up here. I'm sure I've embarrassed him enough today.
So for just a moment before I come down,
yes, sir.
I want to make just a couple of comments.
Of course.
Deputy Skellinger, you know, what you did, it's a part of your job, but it's so much more, right? You know, you were dealing with an individual that obviously was in, you know, major distress. You did so in a non-threatening manner. You were able to talk him through the best you can, especially when, you know, some cell phone connectivity, was provided. A lot of unknown circumstances, right? Didn't know had he doused himself with gasoline or not, which could ultimately have affected, any of the first responders, of course. Ultimately, what you did was is not just textbook and appropriate, but it was done in such a humanitarian, manner that you looked out for this person, that you recognized that they had many, many problems, didn't know all of the circumstances, but, just wanted to, say this, and at the end, right, he's running into the water, and you did so as well. How much does your gear belt weigh when you're, fully, on duty out there in the field?
Probably around 25 pounds.
Okay, so that only adds to more difficulties, right? If somebody's going, into a situation in a life-saving mode. So I just wanted to, kind of call out these things and personally thank you, myself and on behalf of the board, for what you did. And now I'll be glad to come down and help.
Thank you, sir.
Present.
At this time, if I can have Sergeant Nathan Yorston also come over here and accompany Detective Scalinger, please, while I read the citation on the certificate. Sheriff's Life-Saving Award. This medal is awarded to Cody Scalinger for conspicuous gallantry in the face of an emergency situation and without regard for his own safety. Detective Scalinger's unwavering devotion to his duties undoubtedly resulted in the preservation of human life and was in keeping with the highest standards of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, dated November 5th, 2024. With a medal as well. Congratulations. In closing, thank you so much for the time of being able to recognize the great things that our people do. Much appreciated and all the gratitude. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to just give a moment here to allow people to clear the room, and then we'll move on to the next item in our agenda. Please bear with us. We're just dealing with a brief technical issue here. Thank you. I want to keep going. I think it's going to be quick.
Test.
Take a little break here. Okay, we're going to take let's make it a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:11 while staff works out the technical difficulties here. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Board members, we're going to get started again here, please. Okay, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. For our folks in attendance, just kind of want to lay out a little bit about my plan for moving forward here on this meeting. We're going to go ahead and continue on our proclamations and commendations, and then we will then transition into doing our 9:30 appointment afterwards. So I know it's a little bit late, obviously, but time escapes us at times. So if I can have the clerk please read item number 16.
Item number 16, consideration of approving a certificate of recognition to Otto Boyer, winner of the Department of Public Works. Solid
Okay,
Waste
welcome back,
Division.
everyone. Board members, we're going to get started again here, please.
We're hearing from another dimension, I think.
Not sure where that came from, but all right.
Morning, Chairman
Welcome.
and board members. Amy Welch here on behalf of Debbie Reagan, our Solid Waste Director. As you may recall, in August of 2022, the Public Works Solid Waste Division was awarded a grant from the California Department of Transportation's Clean California Initiative. The grant funds were allocated for a non-infrastructure project targeting all of Tuolumne County with the goal of eliminating existing litter and illegal dumping hotspots and promoting education and encouragement of residents and visitors to keep Tuolumne County clean, safe, and beautiful. A component of the project, now known as the Don't Trash Tuolumne, Keep Tuolumne Clean, Safe, and Beautiful campaign, was to conduct a mascot design competition at Tuolumne County K-12 schools. The winning design would be used in branding and marketing materials, including a mascot costume to be created and used at community events to promote education and encouragement of responsible waste disposal and recycling practices. In January of this year, the mascot design contest was conducted at Tuolumne County K-12 schools. Over 200 entries were received, reviewed, and narrowed down to 3 finalists' designs. Those designs were presented to the Solid Waste Committee board members, which then determined a winner. The Solid Waste Division would like to congratulate Otto Boyer for their winning design and drawing of Adam. Otto is a senior at Tioga High School and is a resident of Groveland. Otto's rendition of Adam will be used for branding and marketing strategies, as well as made into a costume that will attend local public events to provide outreach and education, encouraging Tuolumne County residents, businesses, and visitors in responsible waste disposal and recycling practices. It is recommended the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approve a certificate of recognition to Otto Boyer for their outstanding creativity and achievement as the winner of the Don't Trash Tuolumne Mascot Design Contest. And I think we have a special visitor here for Otto and everyone else.
Hello, looking for an entrance.
He probably stopped at the trash cans.
The suspense is killing us. All right. Woo!
Hey.
Yeah.
Please meet Adam, our solid waste mascot. He's going to teach everybody how to recycle in this county.
Oh my goodness, indeed. Oh, perfect. No, come back together for a photo op here.
Thank you, Otto, for making such a great design.
So, Otto, nice job. And I had some artwork here that was presented to me, and obviously we have in our audience today. So I sit on the Solid Waste Committee and have been engaged in all the efforts at the county level as well as in my personal life, and my wife definitely keeps me educated about what I can or cannot do as far as recycling efforts, trash, and where we go. So 200 entrants, and you were the chosen person here. So that's fantastic. And really appreciate that you came out to be a part of it, that you obviously put your energy into it. And it just shows, a lot about yourself and for your love of the community and what we're trying to do here. So I would like to read our resolution at this point. So Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition. In recognition of Otto Boyer for your outstanding creativity and achievement as the winner of the Don't Trash Tuolumne Mascot Design Contest. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors recognizes and appreciates your contribution as it plays a vital role in promoting a clean, safe, and beautiful, very importantly, beautiful Tuolumne County. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, and keeping our community strong and vibrant. Very, very much appreciated.
I'd like to thank my art teacher, Miss Cohn, our janitor, the real Adam right there, and my mother. Thank you very much, Mom. Yeah, thank you.
Great. So before you depart, we have members of the audience here. I want to see if anybody has any public comment on this item. If so, please step up. Okay, I was hoping. Good morning, Deb.
Good morning. Today I'm not your solid waste director, technically. I'm a member of the public, but I wouldn't have missed this for the world. This has been months in the making. It had its bumps, it had its lumps, but it's all worth it to see a vision come to life, literally, here. So this has been a great day. I have nothing but kudos for my staff for making it happen in my absence. Well done. Well done.
Great, great. So I'm going to come down and be a part of a quick photo op here. So if we hang tight.
Well, we have to vote. It might not pass. We don't know.
Oh, well, okay. Supervisor Brandon. Okay, so I'll look to the board for a motion.
I'd like to make that motion since Otto is from District 4, the Groveland area, and I'd also like to get a photo op.
And I'll second. And I'd also like to get a photo op. So let's all get together.
I'll third.
Absolutely. So motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Campbell, with support here. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And any abstain? Okay. So motion passes, and we're going to join for some pictures here.
I have to take the opportunity to get a picture with somebody that has less facial hair or more facial hair than I do.
All right.
I guess so, but I'd still like an individual.
I'll do it.
My phone's right here. I'm just going to leave it open.
Let's all get in front of the podium. So Otto, you come right here in the middle. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm possessed.
We're out doing a line. Is it too? Oh, nicely done.
I hope you use that creativity in the remainder of your life. Oh, cute. I want to see the picture.
I'm dead serious. Take a look. Did I see it?
I voted for it.
Oh, you were part of that committee, huh?
Really, both Adams together.
Did you see this?
Yeah, I was on the selected that one. I didn't know it was going to turn into this though.
Yeah, they had money to make it into a mascot.
Probably was told.
All right. Okay, so moving forward on the agenda, we're going to move on to item number 17, and if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 17, consideration of adopting Resolution 9824, proclaiming November 9th through the 16th, 2024 as Military Appreciation Week in Tuolumne County.
All right, so see Deb coming up here? Yes. Welcome again, Debbie.
So, as you know, Veterans Day is the 11th of November, and it started in 1918 as Armistice Day or Remembrance Day. Well, this is the first time Tuolumne County has considered extending those days for an entire week, from the 9th to the 16th. You know, we have approximately 5,000 veterans living and working in Tuolumne County. Previously, I mentioned the activities that will be happening during this week and how they will be advertised. I personally want to extend my gratitude and appreciation toward all the participating local businesses for their generosity for this week. And it is our hope that the board will adopt the resolution proclaiming November 9th through November 16th of 2024 as Military Appreciation Week in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Very good. I've asked Supervisor Brandon to please speak for the board on this matter.
Sorry, no mascot. That was a hard act to follow, let me tell you.
Well, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And as the head of the Veterans Committee and somebody born and raised in this community, we are a community that appreciates and respects our veterans. 5,000 folks, that's almost 1 in 10. We are one of the highest percentage veterans per capita in the entire state.
Yes.
And we're an area that brings these folks back who then often serve in our county government, in the Forest Service, in our public safety divisions. And we're extremely grateful for that and what they bring to our culture and what they contribute to our community. And of course, that extends beyond just those who have served. That extends to also their families, their dependents,
Absolutely.
their kids, and a big recognition too that this is also part with the VSO's office. and the work that you do. Not every county has this service that you provide to be able to help folks access benefits, get the help that they need, organize such great recognition events as the businesses across the community that are supporting this effort and keeps this a welcoming place that continues to attract veterans. I know in many of the celebrations we've had, we often do them in some of the cemeteries around the community for a variety of the days. And we have had soldiers from our community, the Marines, Coast Guard, Army, Navy, not yet Space Force, but that's probably coming up at some point. In every major conflict going back, I think even before this was a county, if you look into the Columbia Cemetery. And we've had folks who have fought in all of those, and we've also had folks that have been buried and gave the ultimate sacrifice for the missions that they were onto there. So I just want to say on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we are proud to be a supportive community for veterans. We are proud of our veterans, and we're proud of what they have sacrificed to help keep our country free and to be able to protect the values and people and communities we love.
All right, thank you.
And with that, I guess that's right, we've got to do comment first, huh?
Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor Brandon. Is there any public comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and Supervisor Brandon, if you'd like to.
With that, I'd like to make the motion to adopt Resolution 9924, proclaiming November 9th to 16th as Military Appreciation Week in Tuolumne County.
A little correction, I think it's 98.
You're right, 9824.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Eagle eye.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
And looking to the board?
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Thank you very much for everything that you do for the veterans.
Thanks, Deb.
Okay, if the clerk could please read item number 18.
Item number 18, consideration of adopting Resolution 9924, recognizing November 18th through the 22nd, 2024 as California Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week.
All right. So, all counties have clerks of the board and at different levels. In Tuolumne County, we have kind of a myriad of levels here. So the official clerk of the board is our CAO, Tracy Riggs. And then we have our deputy clerk of the board, Christina. The senior board clerk, Heather Ryan. Rachel as board clerk. And we also have one of our newer members, Nicole, being board clerk as well. So when we look at the duties of a board clerk, they're very important. That we have these different levels, and there's been times, quite honestly, where we had to dip down on a couple of levels in order to ensure that we're able to conduct our meetings in the proper manner. So there's a organization, the California Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week, November 18 to 22, 2024. So what we're doing today is we're recognizing our board clerks for all of the efforts that they do. And so I'd like to, at this time, have and I don't know who we have all in the audience, if we can have our clerks stand. Rachel, Tracy. We've got a couple others. One of our clerks is actually at a personal appointment, so not able to right now. We're hunting down a couple more here. Give us a moment. I thought I'd given them fair warning. But they're avoiding, I hear. They do not want to be put in the spotlight. Welcome, come on in. And where's Christina hiding? Heather is not available right now. Here we go. Now we're talking. Come on up. You don't get to just stand back there. Nice try. Good try indeed. All right. Now we're talking. So these folks do an incredible amount of work, and people, I think a lot of the public doesn't realize what it goes into the effort to put on a board meeting and to have all the things that go with it, right? You know, from the agenda preparation, the publicizing of it, making sure that things are correct. And sometimes we have to take a little step back. If we don't have it quite right, we might be delayed by a day or two in publishing for the right reasons. Then after the board meeting, there's a tremendous amount of work that goes on as well, because then they have to put all the information out that took place during our board meetings. And so there's times when we've had some pretty aggressive schedules, and we're literally, you know, we might have boom, 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 board meeting, and sometimes 4 in a 1 month period of time. And so that puts a lot of extra work and stress on the staff. I commend them for everything that they do. You know, one of the things when we looked at today's agenda, I don't know if anybody really took note. I know that I did. When we looked at number 1 on consent calendar, approving minutes, and there was, 1, 2, 3, 4 different sessions. That's because of all the work that's gone on and trying to play catch up and get everything, you know, in place. So as chair of the board, they make my life so much better, and it's with much appreciation, you know, for you guys, what you do. I'm going to read the resolution at this point. So it's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors, the County of Tuolumne, recognizing November 18 to 22, 2024 as California Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week. Whereas California counties provide many services that are essential to the lives of Californians, and whereas the position of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Board plays an integral role in the function of the California county government, and whereas the Clerk of the Board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of the citizens in an open and accessible government. And I just want to stress that, open and accessible. We do everything possible to make sure that all of the information that goes on with our board meetings is put out there for the public to see. Whereas the work performed by clerks of the board is a time-honored and vital part of local government, and whereas the clerk's duties of record-keeping is revered, their work amongst the earliest recorded on behalf of the public, and the clerks have long pledged to maintain their neutrality, impartiality of the proceedings of government. And whereas the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, an affiliate of the California State Association of Californians, commonly known as CSAC to many people, is organized to promote the principles of good government, to represent the interests of clerks of the board with legislative bodies and other professional organizations, to encourage the development of professional growth and education, and to support the objectives of all regional groups established within the association. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishment of the clerks of the board across the 58 counties in the state of California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors does herewith proclaim the week of November 18 to 22, 2024 as California Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week, in recognition of the high level of services bestowed upon the people of the County of Tuolumne and the people of California by clerks of the board. So I thank all of you for the work that you do. I work closely with you, each and every week, and it makes my life so much better, to have your support. So before we move to, bring this back to the board, I'd like to see if there's any public comment on this item. Okay. If not, I will make the motion for adopting Resolution 99-24, recognizing November 18 to 22, 22nd, 2024 as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week.
I'll second.
And okay, so I have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, so what we're going to go, staff ready on the 9:30 a.m. appointment at this time. Do you need a moment to set up, or you? Okay. And I apologize for the delay. We're just trying to get through stuff here. So if the clerk could please read our 9:30 a.m. appointment.
9:30 a.m. presentation to Tuolumne County Supervisors on results of impact assessment study related to joining Pioneer Community Energy.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I am staff over Economic Development for Tuolumne County. And with me, joining on Zoom, is the staff of Pioneer Community Energy. I apologize. Don Eckerd, Gina Stassi Vanacore, Lisa Delaby, and Jake Trumbull. So a brief reminder to the board and to the public what a community choice aggregation is. This is a JPA which will purchase energy on the wholesale market and provide it to the grid. If the jurisdiction, like ours, joins
9:30 a.m. presentation to Tuolumne County Supervisors on results of impact assessment study related to joining Pioneer Community Energy.
I'll look towards our staff.
Good morning,
in the
Board.
back.
My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I am staff over Economic Development for Tuolumne County. And with me, joining on Zoom, is the staff of Pioneer Community Energy. I apologize. Don Eckerd, Gina Stassi Vanacore, Lisa Delaby, and Jake Trumbull. So a brief reminder to the board and to the public what a community choice aggregation is.
I wasn't
This
listening the
is
first time, so
a JPA
it's
which
really good to be able to
purchase
hear it.
energy on the wholesale market and provide it to the grid.
Yeah.
If the jurisdiction,
riff in
like
the matrix.
ours,
9:30 a.m. presentation to Tuolumne County Supervisors on results
Now
of
it's
impact
repeating.
assessment study related to joining Pioneer Community Energy.
It's repeating the feedback from before.
I'll look towards our staff.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I am staff over Economic Development for Tuolumne County. And with me, joining on
Please mute. Obviously, we have a little bit of a disruption here that we're going to try and sort out, and our apologies. But I did hear Supervisor Campbell mention that he didn't quite get it on the first go-around, so he was appreciative of having a recap of it.
Energy on the wholesale market and provided to the grid. If the jurisdiction like powers.
It's Russian interference.
Yeah, okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break while this gets sorted out, folks. So let's do 10 minutes again. 10:54. We'll reconvene. All right.
Wonderful. So a brief reminder, what a CCA is. A community choice aggregation is a joint powers agreement that purchases energy on the wholesale market and places it into the grid. We still rely on PG&E's infrastructure to transmit that energy, and it's delivered to individual residents and commercial properties' homes. It is called a community choice aggregation because any customer has the choice of whether or not to receive power from them or to continue receiving it from PG&E, our local provider. On June 11th, 2024, Pioneer Community Energy presented to the Board of Supervisors asking if we would like to move forward with an impact assessment study. And at that point, you directed staff to proceed. And the purpose of this impact assessment study was to determine the projected financial outcomes if we were to join. At a later date, the city of Sonora also agreed to move forward with the impact assessment study. And the study was completed in September 2024. So we have the staff of Pioneer online, and they will share the results of that study with you.
Great. Thank you. I guess I'll go ahead and start. I don't mind being Gina. I've been called worse, so I'm happy to be Gina today. But and other times I'm actually called Don I'm CEO of Pioneer Community Energy. Very briefly, I'm going to hand this over to Lisa Delaby, our community outreach manager. And then following that will be Gina Stasi-Vanico, our director of communications. So thank you, Robbie, for the introduction. And thank you all, board, for having us back. As Robbie mentioned, we're looking at the impact assessment study results. And really what that tells us is that at time of launch, do our current rates cover the cost of service, mainly power supply, to bring you online? And so the impact assessment study will, one, say, does this financially make sense? And why that's important is I don't want to be in a situation where we bring on the county and I have to charge you a different rate than everybody else to cover cost of service. That doesn't seem fair. But at the same time, I don't also want our current ratepayers to subsidize to keep you at the same rate if your cost of service is going to be higher. So that what the study does is tells us, does it financially make sense for both you and the JPA? And then it will also tell us what's the best time for launch. And so I'm not going to take the thunder away from my colleagues. They'll talk about the timing, but I will cut to the chase that the good news is that we do have a path forward. And, just to kind of step back for a moment and say, what are we doing this for? What does the county get out of this? Again, you get out of this as a choice for the first time. And since electricity has been there, you're going to have a choice on the generation provider for the county. It also means that you take control of 40% of the bill. You're not going to control the poles and the wires, and we covered that last time. We're happy to cover that again, but you will control the generation side of the bill for no risk to the county. You also take control of your energy future. If you're going to have a say on the projects that we invest in or are going to be off-takers of, and those projects we want to be located in our service territory to create jobs and create a stable local power supply. And then lastly, you have control of the programs that are not being developed in Oakland, but are going to be developed by you and citizens on our programs advisory committee to decide what programs are important to the citizens of your county. So that's what this is about. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Lisa to take it from there. So thank you all. And thank you again for having us back.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Next slide. Great. Well, thanks so much, Dawn. I wanted to let you know it's an exciting time at Pioneer now. There's interest from 10 jurisdictions that are very interested in expanding and joining Pioneer. Like you, they're very like-minded communities, and that includes Butte County, Nevada County, Sutter County, Live Oak, Yuba City, City of Sonora, of course, Pico, Oroville, and the town of Paradise. Next slide, please. As Dawn mentioned, the purpose of the impact assessment study is to really answer two very important questions. Does it make financial sense to move forward with the expansion? And that's the primary purpose, because it has to make sense for both parties. And the second question, do we have the power supply resources to really serve the added load and the added customer base? So the impact assessment study really helps answer those key questions and also provides timing for the launch. So, next slide, please. This slide really highlights Tuolumne County's customer information. As you can see, Tuolumne County has 29,745 residential accounts, also over 3,200 commercial and industrial accounts, 89 agriculture pumping accounts, and over 500 street lighting accounts. So the annual energy megawatt hours used is over 288,000. And this equates to an expansion of 16% to Pioneer in retail sales, roughly unincorporated Tuolumne County at 14%, and then the city of Sonora at 2%. Next slide, please. This slide is the unincorporated Tuolumne County customer information with over 27,250 residential accounts. You'll see over 2,600 commercial and industrial accounts, over 89 ag and pumping accounts, and over 400 streetlights accounts. That's totaling over 30,392 customers with 249,000 annual energy megawatt hours used. This expansion in unincorporated Tuolumne County amounts to a 14% increase to Pioneer's retail sales. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the city of Sonora's customer information, and you can see they have over 2,400 residential accounts, over 600 commercial and industrial accounts, and over 92 street lighting accounts, totaling 3,200 customers with an annual energy megawatt hour usage of 38,600. And the city of Sonora equates to a 2% increase to Pioneer sales. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to turn it over to Gina Stassi-Vanacore, who's really going to discuss the study in greater detail and talk about some of the assumptions that were raised in the study. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. And thank you, members of the board, for having us back today. This slide really gives some insights into the study that we conducted. The study did take into account 2 years of data. And the reason we did that is we wanted to get a very true average and take into account weather conditions and any other impacts to the electrical grid over a period of time. We also used our current rates, which currently represent a 7% discount under PG&E, and we fully believe that some of those discounts could be stronger over time. The big thing that we looked at also was power supply. And there are 3 main components of power supply. One is energy, represented by that green arrow. Those are the electrons that we put on the grid. And current pricing is somewhat favorable, due in large part to a reduced pricing in natural gas. Renewable energy also is a really important component. Some of the challenges related to renewables comes from the mandate of having 60% renewables by 2030. That does put pressure on the market, but we are starting to see some relief, largely because projects are coming online, permits are getting approved. However, there is also a lot of competition for those resources because there are a lot of corporate initiatives, so we're all trying to buy the same renewables. The big thing that comes into consideration is renewable resource adequacy. It's also called RA. RA is a regulatory mechanism that was put in place by the CPUC. It is a requirement to help make sure the lights stay on even when the grid is very stressed. And so for Pioneer, we are required to buy 15% more than what we actually need. RA is an issue. It is very expensive. And that is one of the things that we had to consider when we looked at the feasibility of a launch. Next slide, please. So taking into account all 10 territories together, this slide shows the fiscal impact of analysis. And again, as Dawn mentioned, one of the things that our board is very firm about is that our existing customers should not have to subsidize expansion. So the good news is that the report showed that expansion is feasible. If you look at the fiscal year ending 2028, the net operating margin is positive. So we would be able to launch with an October 2027 launch. This allows Pioneer the time needed to procure resources and ensure that we are in compliance. This slide also answers that important question about whether or not it is financially feasible to expand, and that answer is yes. With a later than anticipated timeline and with the potential for a phased end launch. Next slide, please. So Pioneer staff shared the results of our study with the board back in September, right after the study was completed. The board requested two things from Pioneer staff. One is, given that the timing for the launch is a little bit different than what we originally anticipated. I believe when we were there in June, we were looking at a January launch. Now we're looking at October. We need to ask all of you if you are still interested in joining Pioneer, even with a later launch. The other thing that our board asked is for us to do some research to ensure that we can procure the power that is needed for an expansion of this size. Our procurement team did do an RFP, and we are analyzing the results now. We are very confident that we will be able to launch in October 2027. But again, we are still looking at all of those results. We do plan to go back to our board in December to let them know which of the proposed or prospective new members are still interested in joining Pioneer with the October 2027 launch date. And so that is one of the things that we really need some direction from the board on today. Next slide, please. Given an October 2027 launch, this is what the timeline would look like. We now are at about the fourth bullet, which is where we are evaluating the results of our own RFP for procurement. We will go back to our board in December. We anticipate that will mark the formal beginning of the expansion process. If you are interested in joining Pioneer in October 2027, we will need to come back to you early in the year. The legislation that created CCAs requires that new members join by ordinance. So we would work with your staff and board to create the ordinance and have a first and second reading. In March, we would file an implementation plan with the California Public Utilities District or Commission, excuse me. They then have 90 days to either approve or deny the plan. There is no reason we suspect that they would deny it. At that point, we would come back to the board again, just to make sure that you are still interested in joining Pioneer. So even after all of that, there is one last off-ramp should something change and you change your mind. But after that, our team will then begin procuring power for Tuolumne County. At that point, you are a member. We will start procuring power as early as possible. The sooner we can do that, the better pricing that we can get. And then from that point forward, we would work in full partnership with the county and likely the city of Sonora to do a formal education and outreach campaign to your residents and businesses so they understand the process and take some of the mystery out of this. So that gives you a good overview of where we are today, what the study showed, and what the next steps forward are. And in case I missed something, I'd like to hand the mic back to Dawn for any final comments.
Thanks, Gina. Great job on that. I just want to emphasize you're not deciding today to join Pioneer. We're just looking for direction that you want to stay in the game so that when we go back to our board next month, as Gina talked about, we know that Tuolumne is still interested in joining and that the October 2027 is acceptable. I'll just share with you the feedback we received from the other potential members has been a disappointment on the delay, but totally understood it and they're still in, and we hope you are as well. So with that, we'll send it back to you, Robbie.
Thank you very much, Pioneer. Yes, so we just want to understand if the board would like to continue. If so, then I will bring this back. I will work to draft an ordinance for our county to join, and this would be brought before the board likely around late January to early February. You know, I apologize. This is a presentation only. It's brought to my attention that we cannot receive direction for this today. This is only a presentation.
The board could direct for us to return at a future item to discuss it, and we can put that on. Unfortunately, agenda language is presentation only, which doesn't allow for you to provide direction, but you are able to get the information, think about it. We can put it on a future agenda, and you can direct us if you're still interested in joining in that 2027 timeline, and we can begin working on an ordinance once we get that direction.
Just a point, we're allowed to request, ask any questions on this too and have a discussion though, correct?
Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
What day in December is the Pioneer board meeting? Because maybe we can bring this back to our first board meeting in December to give them the answer they're looking for before they have their board meeting.
Yeah, it is. Oh, go ahead, Jane.
Sorry, our December board meeting on the third Thursday of December, so that's December 19th.
So that gives us time. Thank you.
Yeah, that was going to be kind of along those lines of my question too. I mean, if we're looking at October 2027, which is quite a ways out. What's the timeline to start this process? I mean, obviously we can't wait till October 27 to decide whether we want to join, but what's like the deadline to go through the steps in that slide to get to that point?
Because of the time that is required to procure energy on behalf of the county and communities, we would need to come back in January, February, because we need to file and implement CPC in March.
Okay.
I'm sorry if that wasn't very clear. We would have to pass the ordinance in February so that they can move forward with their implementation plan in March.
Okay. Yeah, little confusing here, trying to, sort through this. So understand, so I'll look to the board for some questions. It appears based on timelines, right, that we're not going to try and do anything between now and after the first of the year as a board is what I'm kind of seeing. But Supervisor Half, you're disagreeing with that? I'm trying to sort this out.
Yeah, I heard in Pioneer's presentation that they're having their board meeting. They've got 10 different municipalities, some are counties, that they are wanting to bring on. So they're wanting to know whether we are still interested, and despite the October 27 deadline. So I would like to be able to give them an answer. We can't give it today, but we could put this on even consent. It seems like a no-brainer, but we could put this on our first meeting in December so we get them the answer before their board meeting to keep the timeline going as far as what they want.
Okay, and I was just looking to CEO Riggs, and she concurs with that. So my apologies. Let's
just kind of on that. I mean, I'm still kind of hung up on this giving direction thing. So there's nothing preventing us as individual board members saying whether or not we support joining Pioneer Energy. Is that sufficient to give them kind of the idea? I mean, if we all just say, I guess we're into comments now, but I'm supportive of it. I think we do have a majority that's supportive of it, although I don't know that. Why can't we just have a conversation about that and then they can take that as direction, or do they need something that is officially direction that's agendized in that kind of a regimented way?
Yeah, no, your board can definitely, we need to hear your conversation, your comments. If you support it, that will then give Robbie the information when he returns on how to draft the future item, and also lets the team that's listening know of your interest and when that item would be placed on. So if we know that there's majority support or unanimous support, makes it much easier. We put it on consent. Actually, it's an ordinance, so it won't go on consent, but we'll get all that worked out and we can get it on the 3rd. We have time to post and do all of that as long as we know where you all stand, and you can talk about that for sure. We just didn't put direction in the language.
I see no reason why we can't have a conversation about it. I just don't want us to get hung up on the I guess, technicality of the fact that the agenda language doesn't say provide direction. So, yeah, we just can't vote on anything right now.
So if we take that track,
That is a question too. Just to clarify with Pioneer Energy, do you need a formal vote by the board that we are moving forward with this ordinance?
No, we do not. So what we've done with other members is we've talked to them, just like you're having a conversation that gives us enough understanding to how to move forward. So that's good enough for us.
okay, so my question would be to CEO Riggs, if we do this, if we have consensus to move forward, and it sounds like we do we even need to bring it back again during December, or are we just done with it till after the first year and then?
Right. Well, if we know your consensus move forward, then we can just start working on the ordinance, which doesn't have to come in December. It can come at a later date. Right.
Okay.
Well, I'll just state that I'm in full favor.
Sure, I have some questions for Pioneer.
Okay, so Supervisor Brandon, go ahead with your questions.
Great, thank you. Wanted to ask, you mentioned about phased-in launch. Would that be for the entire city and county, or are you looking at only portions at a time? I was hoping you could define that.
Yeah, so what we are discovering through and I apologize, there seems to be an echo, but what we discovered in our RFP process on the power supply is that we can launch everyone in October 2027. So there's not going to be a phase in of residential, commercial, or certain territories. Everyone would come online at the same time.
Okay. And then I was hoping you could also explain the 7% discount. I've seen numbers in the past that were 15 to 20% on the generation side, then 10 to 15%. So when you're saying a 7% discount, is that based on bills or is that based on generation?
That is based on the generation portion of the bill.
Okay, so has that reduced from what it used to be? It was around 15% on the generation portion of the bill, and now it's around 7%?
Yes, it has. So just recently, PG&E lowered their generation rate based on an overcollection of in a balancing account. That's going to most likely get reversed early next year. But with that reduction in their rates, our discount went from about 10% down to about 7%.
Okay. I wanted to ask too if beyond under 5 megawatt biomass, is Pioneer taking any steps to develop its own power projects to be able to get PPAs with them?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of one that's moving forward this December with Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And this is an example where we're the financing authority. We've got the tariff with the biomat to attract a small project. They're taking to their board, Western Placer Waste Management Authority, a lease to get approval for. And basically, a project developer comes in, they got an off-taker so they can get financing through the PPA.
I'm sorry, that's the biomat program for a 3 to 5 megawatt?
That's through the biomat program, yes.
Right. No, I mean outside of that, at utility scale, not small biomass operations.
Oh, yes. So we've got, one is we also have a feed-in tariff that would be small projects as well. But we also are actively negotiating with suppliers on biomass right now that are large projects, 25, 30 megawatt projects as well. So we're active there. What we do is by having the ability to have a PPA in writing, then they can get financing and get things off the ground. So we're active in large projects as well.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically, I think solar, wind, geothermal, we're at about, I think, 130 megawatts as a county. And so looking at something that would be at the scale of that, if you have 10 county or cities that are looking to join, that's a lot all at once. If you're competing for PPAs or whether you're developing your own projects to have PPAs with them. That's what I'm asking, is large-scale projects.
Okay. So we're going to be always going to be the financing part of it through the PPA. We're not exactly going to be the person that's out there developing our own projects, but we work with the developers to have the specifications in place and making sure that this is good to do business with and everything is lining up. But we ourselves are not the developer. But we work closely with them.
Okay. Are you working on the development of any of those utility scale projects? I'm sorry to be repeating that. That's what I'm trying to get at. Do you have projects in the works at the utility scale that are currently you're working with the developer on that are large scale providers?
We have 2 large biomass projects right now that we are in negotiations with at the PPA level, but also we're in fact, in about 2 weeks, we're going to a ribbon cutting event with a large solar plus storage project where we are the off-taker on. We worked with the developer on, and it's coming online in about 2 weeks.
Okay. The last question that I had on it was related to the resource adequacy. And the tiniest bit of background on it is, Pioneer is a smaller CCA. We're a fairly substantial amount of folks, 33,000 and 160,000 compared to some of the others. My understanding is in 2018, 2019, there's about $11 million in fines, which is about 30% of all the ones ever levied, related to resource adequacy with Pioneer. So it's a concern to me with a lot of entities that are considering joining on the same period to a smaller CCA that's had resource adequacy fines in the past. What I would be worried about is, do we have some guarantee back that if we're committing and looking to do this in 2027, that's not going to be biting off more than you can chew, and it ends up getting delayed even further with that?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And what you're referring to is, I think, that occurred in 2019 before my time here. But so we've got 160,000, or right now 170,000 meters that serves around 800,000 in population. What we look for out of this massive expansion is also purchasing power as well. And when we're submitting our paperwork with the CPUC, they're not going to approve it unless they have some very good indication or signal in our documentation that we can deliver on October 2027. So we will have that all in place and ready to go.
Okay. We're doing comments after. Okay, then I'll just close up with those things. I am unequivocally in support of us joining a community choice aggregator. I brought these up when we were considering some of the proposals there. This was some of the concerns I had about Pioneer, was the size and the scale, the debt that they had, and that. So I still just have some concerns about the resource adequacy, whether 2027, it is extremely disappointing it's delayed. It's concerning whether I think that can be achieved with such an aggressive growth program. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of large-scale power generation projects working on it. I only heard 2 that are actively involved with biomass there. And I'm concerned, too, that there were rate increases. I mean, there's 3 benefits to this one, which is 1, low rates, 2, support for biomass, and 3, stability. Those are kind of the 3 things of, like, why Pioneer? And the low rates, there were increases in 21 and 23. I think the most recent was a couple cents. The discount's been decreasing. Biomass is only about 0.6% of the portfolio in 2022. And then the stability is just a bit of a concern for me. And also looking at where the power comes from in it, it's 3 times as reliant on nuclear power as the state average at 27%. And as we've seen in the news, Diablo nuclear power plant, that's something that is always potentially slated for closure. It'd have to transition probably to natural gas or more expensive PPAs. So I'm just concerned that the main selling point of this on low rates, every time it's expanded, like the city of Placerville, it seems to be now having a healthier budget, but based on rate increases and expanding its territory. But that has been decreasing the discount over time, without developing its own kind of vertically integrated project, guarantees, and that if the state changes on nuclear or the state changes some of these others, that it will be more susceptible to that than some of the other CCAs. So these are just some of the concerns that I have. I think a CCA is a fantastic idea, but the only one that didn't succeed that I'm aware of in the state that actually failed and imploded was one that was based on very low rates, unwilling to increase those rates and do the adequacy, and I think it folded up. And that was part of the problem, is it wasn't able to meet those needs. So if Pioneer would like to respond to any of that, you're welcome to, but I promise I'd keep my comments relatively short.
Yeah, I would just add that we did receive a A- rating from Global S&P just recently. We are at our reserves targets, and the discount is to PG&E as far as rate savings is the number 1 issue with our board. It may fluctuate from year to year, but it is the most important priority for our board. And with the exception of 1 year, we were always at a discount to PG&E. So again, we feel very confident about the resources that will be in place to bring you online in October 2027. And I would say that if you move forward in February with the process, that we will be involved with you every step of the way on this, so that you feel completely comfortable.
Dave, quick question.
And if I could just add more comments. First of all, thank you, Supervisor, for your honest feedback. I think it's really important for us to hear that. Related to the city of Placerville, at the time they joined, the discount was not strong, but for the last 2 years, the discount was at 19%. It did close a bit when PG&E narrowed or reduced their rate, but they're still operating at a significant discount on the generation portion of their bill.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, mine's just really simple, and I may have asked this back in June or whenever we had this last meeting, but real simple. How much, if we were to join it, how much time would be dedicated from staff on this? Is it just we sign it, they take care of the work, Pioneer, or are we going to be as part of our TPPA person? I mean, because when I look at the big scheme, 3% or 7%, 8%, whatever, energy generation is about 40 to 50% of the bill. So, you know, if somebody has a $500 bill, we might be saving them 17.5 bucks a month. So I just want to make sure if we were to join this, how much financially are we going to be expending from a county resource point? Where
Yeah,
zero,
this will have-
none?
This has nothing to do with
Okay.
TPPA, just so you know. This is completely separate. This is for none of the TPPA members. In fact, it looks like the TPPA can't join because it's another JPA.
Sure.
So that's a completely separate. This would only affect local businesses and homeowners to give them that discount. Now, I have to defer to Robbie and the staff, the team that's on, to know. I'm not going to pretend to understand if there
Yeah, I guess my question would be, what are some of the other counties, what are their resources that they're having to put? Yeah, billing, or just like, if we had to hire you, Robbie, to do this full time, like, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, Robbie, I could just answer for the 10 members we currently have. There's zero resource that we use as far as staffing, and also the JPA is self-reliant on its own rates. So there's a firewall between your general fund and the JPA. There's no membership fee or annual membership, and there's no resources needed from your staff.
And once you guys do go live in 2027, that won't change.
That is correct. That stays the same.
Okay, that would be my only concern. Some of this stuff is over my head. I hear what Supervisor Brandon's saying, and I'm just looking at the big picture, which is the savings on it to me isn't substantial, but if it's not going to hit us financially too hard, and I know rates are only going to get more expensive as things go, I think it's a worthwhile conversation. So I would support it moving forward, but I think we could use some more. I think we should lobby legislators to save, I think 30% of our PG&E bills because of all the crap that's put in there by government oversight. So I think there's other places we could affect change too. But as far as this goes, thumbs up.
All right. Supervisor Campbell or Happ, any additional questions or comments? So I'm hearing, and I support as well, seeing this. Obviously, there's some, concerns about the discount rates, and would some projects perhaps come on board, that they're looking at, and, would be glad to see that in the future, because that could only make things better.
And if I can add, I'm in support of us moving forward again. I think the advantage of joining a CCA outweighs not joining it.
Mm-hmm.
I would request that some of these things be looked into, and Pioneer provide some responses to some of the things. I'm happy to follow up and present these, but that way we've got some of the data kind of laid out about what does it actually look like over time in terms of rates, reductions, what projects are they developing. These things are very important to, I think, how that next 5-10 years looks like with Pioneer, because it's very easy, to my understanding, to join a CCA, and it's very enticing. It's very hard to opt out then of a CCA, and so this is a commitment.
So if I could ask a question, Supervisor Brandon, this was something, I mean, the first I heard about it was from you, that this was something you're interested in, CCAs. Is there my understanding was there wasn't really much alternative. The Pioneer Energy is the one that would work for us. I mean, you have these issues with it. Or are you saying we should look at another CCA, or I mean, because you don't sound as enthusiastic about it as you did before, and so I'm kind of grappling with trying to read between the lines of what you're saying.
And I had similar concerns because it was my understanding that we decided to go down the path of Pioneer when we were looking at other alternatives, and so this is a little different. So,
well, to answer very briefly, there was one entertaining it that was not Pioneer, and again, CCA very enthusiastic about the idea, but as far as which one and what their business development program looks like in terms of developing their own power projects, trainings, ZEV initiatives, there are benefits and downsides with each one. This is not a robust area for Pioneer Community Energy. It's really about the rate reduction is kind of the core argument. It's not a very robust development of alternative energy projects. It's not a huge amount of biomass in the portfolio. There's not, apprenticeship workforce stuff. So there's something like 22 or 24, I have to check the number, CCAs within the state. And CCAs do not have to be contiguous. And so that was a limiting factor before. We thought to be a CCA, we'd have to form our own. This is when Cole was in. We're actually able to join CCAs that aren't next to us who may be interested in developing projects, which then we get contracts from to help with ZEV, to help with payment in lieu of taxes, and also to make sure they've got enough dedicated electrical capacity to kind of be resilient. Because if we get locked into this and then we say, well, now we can't use nuclear, we've got to use natural gas, and the cost went up for that, and suddenly it's comparable with PG&E, it starts.
But I get the energy reliability there, but it's a two-way street. They have to be interested in doing business with us as well. And my understanding was that those ones that you're describing they didn't see Tuolumne County as a good fit for their model. And so we have to balance what CCAs would be beneficial to our constituents with being a good fit with that organization. So, we could say that there are other CCAs out there that would offer more, but whether they want us or not is kind of the question.
Oh, I agree. And I had calls with about 15 of those, like 22 CCAs, and many were not interested. And they're all very different. There were 3 that were interested, and Pioneer was one of them. There were 2 others. We did put out an RFP to basically have any solicitations come in, but there were multiple conversations of those interested, and I don't know that we reciprocated that in the same way, so.
Well, and I'll ask Pioneer to answer, but as far as you're concerned about projects, my understanding is they don't need to be a local project as long as they're part of the Pioneer CCA system, right? So it doesn't have to be located in Tuolumne County for us to get a benefit.
But if the difference in some of the CCAs, while they don't generally own the projects, will help technically advise and support and get them run to where they can sign a dedicated PPA to get that rate at a lower amount. You're right, it doesn't have to be here. It benefits us if it's here, but it could be somewhere else. But if they're not actively involved in that with some type of contractual obligation, then that power goes to basically the market and has to get bid on. And it would be at market rate. So there's an advantage to having a contractually obligated rate to one that maybe Pioneer or another CCA is working. And not all CCAs do that. Some just buy it completely on the market. In this example, with the biomat program, there are, I think, it's with the feed-in tariff, 1 to 3 megawatt biomass burners. Pacific Ultra Power, as an example, it's a 25 megawatt plant within 22 to 25. So it's substantially smaller than even what we have and we're considering in the future. We use 130 megawatts as a county. So that biomass program, that one kind of power development project, you would have to add up, 50 of those, 40 or 50 of those to meet even our power needs. That's why I was focusing on, are there any large utility scale projects they're developing with a contractual PPA as a part of it?
Well, and I had one final question to Pioneer, because my understanding in previous discussion was that, and we got 2 different opt-in or opt-outs here, right? One of them is whether the county wants to buy into, not actually dollar-wise, but, approve, this relationship and doing it. But any member of the community can opt in or out as they so choose, right? So there's no issues there that I'm aware of.
And to Supervisor Campbell's point, I have my concerns there. I'm fine to move forward and be in support of it. Like I said, I think joining a CCA is better than not. My request would be, of these concerns, they're able to provide data back. So when we consider this again, we're going to be able to have a more informed discussion and ensure that our staff are also asking these questions too. And so we might end up finding that actually there is a very good plan and we can get a guarantee. It's not in the presentation, it's not attached. I think we need more info.
We need more info, but for the purposes of today, I think we're in agreement to move forward. Okay, so.
With this, I will be working to draft an ordinance that I'll bring forward to the board at a later date. And I just want to say thank you to Pioneer Community Energy and the board as well for listening to the presentation today. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we,
Thank you for
complete all the way, is there any public comment on this matter that we're discussing? Okay, seeing none, we'll leave it at that then. Thank you, Romy.
Thank you, Board.
All right. So, looking at a couple of things, and I know we have people in the audience, what I'd like to do at this time is, and I believe we can go ahead and do this, is that we'll read the closed session item. We'll go ahead and take comment on it. We're not going to go straight into closed session right after doing so. We still have other matters to address before going into closed. So if I can get the board clerk to please read item 20, closed session.
Item number 20, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Direct Risk Manager, Deb Showman, Human Resources Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, so I'll look for, public comment on this. Obviously, this is pretty broad language, right, as far as what's stated here. And so we need to keep it that way. But if there's any other comments that would like to be presented, please go ahead and do so.
Good morning again. 15 minutes away from afternoon. Mike DeAnda, I'm the OE3 Operating Engineers Business Representative for 2 bargaining units here in the county. You got your master bargaining unit and your healthcare unit. I wanted to kind of talk to you today about negotiations because we seem to be coming to a stall. And we're essentially at the same point we were in August. And I'm not entirely clear why we're coming to a stall here. So I wanted to convey to you today and make sure you're receiving our talking points that we are discussing with your negotiating team at the table. And I'm not saying that you're not getting these, but there seems to be maybe some miscommunication or some confusion. So between the 2 bargaining units, funding is either from the general fund or from grant funding. And what I would ask you guys, because we've been getting proposals that are basically saying, hey, this is the state of the general fund, so this is the proposals. We're saying, well, wait a second, there's grant funding. Probably about 50% of the employees are about grant funded between the 2. So I'm asking you to consider this, and I have conveyed this at the table, but for some reason at the last negotiation, they're like, hey, can you put that in a proposal? And I said, well, I've talked to you the last 2 sessions for this, so I'm just here to convey that to you. And these are my opinions here. And I want to express ahead of time that I'm not against raises, but you'll understand why I'm saying that right now, obviously. Grant funding covers day-to-day operations and for public services for the citizens. But also in these grant funding, it covers wages and benefits for all the cost. It's just structured that way. So I would like to see if you could use some of this grant funding for some of the wages and the benefits. We have more than 80 vacancies for these openings. And my understanding is that the money is there, and if it's not filled, it goes into the next year. So in my opinion, we could use some of this money for wages and benefits. Keep in mind, the employees who are working these duties are not only doing their own, but they're doing duties for some of the employees that are, or vacancies that are there. You as a board recently approved a project behind me, the elevator, for a building that's vacant of almost $2 million. In my opinion, it's a questionable approval given the circumstances you say your financial position is in. And I feel that some of this funding for that could be put towards your employees here. I was asked why you did it, and he said it was to preserve today's cost, because the longer you wait, it would be even more expensive. So my main point of concern is the county to approve raises and projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Your time's up.
All right, thank you.
Any additional public comment on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. I kind of only hear what's through the rumor mill or what people tell me. And I have some serious concerns about the amount of money that's been spent, especially on the consent calendar, to do reclassifications and changes that you've approved. And other people are hardly making anything. You can make $20 an hour dishing out French fries. And you've got people dealing with vulnerable populations, and your facility cleaning people and stuff that are doing things to preserve health and safety of all of us who aren't making $20 an hour. And I'm hearing that there's no money for raises, but yet some people got substantial raises. And I think I would like to see some really truthful discussion where we all know exactly what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right. So that'll conclude. Like I said, we're going to move into closed session, not right now, but appreciate that you offered your concerns and comments. So at this time, Supervisor Kirk, item 21. You prepared on that? I was going to have the clerk read that item so we can move that. Go ahead and read the item, please.
Item number 21, requesting Public Works present information and options to our board for reflectors on Tuolumne Road for safer night travel.
So, Supervisor Kirk, just in general, this is something that you're bringing to the board. You're asking to bring it back at a later date. And so the process is 5 minutes. If we could move forward with this, please.
Yeah, no, we can do it in 60 seconds, I think. It's short, to the point. Wanted to, due to safety concerns, specifically on Tuolumne Road with kids and also just people driving in general, wanted to see if we had some options for getting some reflectors out there. I know Public Works Director Blossom, she could maybe share some information today, but really I just want to see if you guys are interested in having her bring some information back. I spoke with her last week and was pleasantly surprised that she has an idea, well, several ideas, not just for reflectors, but also for some other road projects and equipment, just long-term savings. So if you guys are on board with that, I think we could. Blossom, were you planning on talking today? I don't think so, huh? I don't know. We could probably have this conversation.
We want to, again, this is not supposed to be a whole
yes or no,
dialogue
bring it
back
back.
and forth.
Yes.
This is, are we going to bring it back?
But I would wink at you and say, bring it back, because she's got some good information for some other things as well.
Are we talking the crosswalk at Standard or the whole Tuolumne Road?
Well, the whole Tuolumne Road is not financially feasible, but there are some options to do some pieces.
So we're talking targeted at
and if Standard
high traffic areas.
And if Standard Road connects, I would say Blossom, throw Standard in there too, maybe.
Okay, so I'll look to the board. Thumbs up to bring this back.
I can't give it a thumbs up or down because it doesn't have enough information.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion.
That's
later.
why I didn't want to.
I understand, but I mean, even where we're funding it from, because I've heard this may be from tribal money with the MOU. I've heard this may be from the general
right
fund
now,
or the road fund.
I understand your concerns. Right now, I've got 4 supervisors that are willing to bring this back, and so we'll leave it at that and bring it back. Okay, this is not the time to debate.
We still have 3 minutes.
No, the 5 minutes was for presentation by the supervisor.
Jared, you're ruining my 60-second opportunity.
All right. Okay, so we will, direction given that we'll bring this back. Any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I will move forward here to our next item, which will be our 10:15 a.m. appointment. Is Jerry is there? Thank you. Please, Jerry, if you're set up and ready to go, we're ready to hear you.
10:15 a.m. appointment, presentation of Access Tuolumne annual report.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board, CAO Riggs. I've got so much to talk about, but I know we need to move on, so I'll try to be brief. 3 years ago, you elected to fund our operation. We've grown quite a bit in that time. We were able to hire much-needed relief employees and start creating content and covering more cultural events in our community. We've also been able to build some partnerships and awareness of the channel. Public access television is typically broken up in 3 parts. You may know the acronym PEG, stands for Public, Education, and Government. In larger markets, that means 3 different channels. Here we've been trying to do our best to serve all 3 in one. We'll start first with government. Government services. Access Tuolumne produced 53 government meetings in the past year for a total of 549 man-hours. In addition, we produced 6 additional meetings, county meetings, the OES Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall, Columbia Area Concrete Plant Community Meeting, Miwok Village Town Hall, Homeless Services Forum, and the CCPCA Conference, that's the planning conference for the state. In video production services, we told 154 hours. You've seen the library video, Stories from the Frontline, which was about homeless services, the Cerro Project, which we'll talk about a little bit more, and candidate events. We also have educational content through our partnership with the Superintendent of Schools Office. They've helped us quite a bit technically. They've allowed us to get out of the Comcast building and move our servers to the studio, so all of our work is in one place, which is a huge time-saving event. So they are hosting actually our Comcast connection. So that's really helpful. California Streaming is a program through the schools all through the state. It's based in Kern County, has a number of educational programs, 24/7 actually, educational programming. The main program that they promote is one called Do the Math, which is live math assistance from 3:30 to 5:30 daily. And we air that on the channel. We also air in the afternoon content from UCTV. And that's our educational content currently. Public programming, we have a number of community partners. We have, you'll see there, a half dozen in-house shows. And there are some of the events that we've covered this year, 18 here. Total, we've produced in-house 170 different meetings or programs in the year. So that's three a week, which I would say is pretty good for a staff of 1 3/4 equivalent. And quickly, in 2 minutes, I'll try to do a year in review. Do we have audio? We don't have audio. I don't know. Do I have to? Here we go. I think I have it. There we go.
Yeah.
They lied to us. I was a medical student at the time, and somebody, I wish I would have known then, because it's historical, but somebody came into our pharmacology class and told us that if we prescribe for pain, we won't create addicts.
Does Bigfoot exist in Tuolumne County and in Stanislaus County?
That was a good one.
During brush fires in the Sonoran Desert, brush fires that happen before the monsoon, and the great, deep, wide, and smothering heat, the hottest months.
everything. We are a community action agency, and our mission is to uplift local residents and help them in the fight against poverty.
Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. From Rudy and all of our reindeer and all of our elves, Merry Christmas.
That last bit was a play by the Watch program, and we'll have another one of those up on the channel real soon. So, talk about technological improvements. We're always working to improve our capabilities, have been responsive to your requests. In September of 2023, we added the Blackmagic ATEM switcher. This gave us more functionality, including the ability to build lower third graphics, as you see here, with the county colors logo. By adding another SSD drive, we now record on all 3 cameras at once. We know that earlier this year we had some repeated streaming issues, so we employed the LiveU bonded cellular service as a backup, and now we have 2 separate streams back to our broadcast server that we can switch immediately if we have any issues. In addition, the LiveU bonded cellular, in combination with Starlink internet internet dish, has allowed us to go anywhere our van can go, or actually anywhere in the county. We've employed this at several fires in the past year, most notably a 3-hour broadcast within the fire lines at the Canyon Fire outside Tuolumne. We've also used it all summer at the farmers market. We were live from the health fair, live from the volunteer fair, and live from the animal control pet adoption event, to name a few. So that is a great asset for us, and now we have the capability to cover breaking events, so we're available to help with emergency services with this equipment as well. Also, we finally got the last element. We got a Google app, so now anybody who has access to the internet, either streaming the channel or on their phone, Roku, Apple TV, everyone can access our channel, as well as on Xfinity Comcast and Sierra Nevada Communications. We also just recently added our schedule to the Sierra Nevada Communications on-screen programming guide, in addition to the one at Comcast, so people know when things are on. One thing to note is that people are cord cutting, and we get our money as this portion of our money from the franchise fee. And franchise revenue is down 9%, roughly 5% a year over the past couple years, and that will continue. There is legislation out there in the world that wants the streaming services to pay franchise fees as well. So we'll see how that goes. But we have responded by doing more earned income. We're up 29% from 2 years ago in earned income. Our goals for 2025. Our primary goal is to secure a new home for Access Tuolumne. Our operation is in a building, most of you, if all of you have been there, supervisors. It's a 30 by 20 space. Roughly 75% of that is studio, and you walk in the door, you're in the control room. And due to both space limitations and a low ceiling, we only have one setup at a time. People have to be stationary. We can't walk around. The lighting rig hangs low, so you can't even stand. It's very difficult to do a lot of the production we'd like to do there. Storage, of course, is also extremely limited. Training, equipment rental programs, office hours, all services that we believe public access channels should offer is just incompatible with this space. In addition, as we've all heard, the status of the dome and adjacent property is in question. It's possible it'd be sold, and then we need a place very quickly. Once we have a facility of enough size and capabilities, we intend to use our nonprofit status to establish a membership program, pursue grant funds for projects, and solicit donations. In fact, we have updated our website and are in the midst of being able to take funds online. And then we're also coming very close to launching a second PEG channel. We talked about the 3 different PEG channels, one for all of our educational content. We currently carry about 40 hours a week of educational programming, most coming from that Kern County Educational Network and the University of California. Ultimately, it's our hope to provide separate public education and government channels, the original concept for PEG channels. To that end, we'd like to throw our hat into the ideas for the historic courthouse. I was able to tour the courthouse, and it really addresses all of our needs. Let me see if I can get this to work. Okay, I'm not going to be able to. So if you just want to look left to right, it provides us a classroom space for training. There's the entry there. It provides us a place to greet the public. Green room is typically the idea of where guests wait to go on to the set. A control room in the center could be connected to both the studio and the classroom. There's an office space, which we don't have now. The studio is a large enough space with high ceilings to be able to actually have 3 sets up at once. And also, add me to the list of people who want to see this building utilized, and seen often by the public. I would want to take this studio space and add equipment so it could be a proper screening room for the public. There isn't really a facility in Tuolumne County if you wanted to screen some special film, a documentary, environmental film, or even do that sort of presentation. And that we would like to use it ourselves. I'm currently working on a series about the history of film in Tuolumne County, to perhaps monthly on an evening do a screening of A High Noon or another classic film of Tuolumne County, and make it a presentation around it as well, and then offer that up to other community. The other area we have here is the mezzanine area. People are familiar with this. It's a very small area of 4 little rooms, low ceilings, maybe not really useful for a lot of things. For us, that would be our storage space that we need that we don't have right now to keep equipment. And we could also use one of those rooms as editing and a sound booth. So we want to bring in a more polished presentation about how we would use this space. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in the near future. Finally, I would like to invite Caitlin Henry up. She's your staffer in charge of this project that we've been talking about for a long time. We have a few minutes of the Cerro project. It's to be a half-hour documentary, and this is the first 5 or 6 minutes. It's a little rough, but you'll get the idea of where we're going. Ready?
Over the past decade, California experienced the most destructive wildfires in its history. In 2018, the Camp Fire destroyed 18,000 structures and killed 85 people. In 2020, the August Complex Fire burned more than 1 million acres. A year later, the Dixie burned nearly 1 million more. Each fire underscored the urgent need for a new approach to forest and fire management, especially in regions like Tuolumne County, where the risk of catastrophic fire looms large. That new approach has arrived. Thanks to the efforts of the local community in partnership with the County of Tuolumne and the Stanislaus National Forest, there's a project underway to manage the forest for the benefit of residents, visitors, and the health of the forest itself. It uses both modern technology and ancient traditions to return the forest to its natural state. This is the story of how it came to be. The Rimfire of 2013 stands out as a pivotal moment for Tuolumne County. It burned over 250,000 acres in our Stanislaus National Forest and Yosemite National Park.
I think the real aha moment, at least for us on the Stanislaus, was the Rimfire, right? Was that seeing the devastation that the Rimfire caused and realizing that part of the reason it burned as bad as it did is because the forest was too thick.
When we went in there and saw what we saw, it really took us back. I mean, we were prepared to see something bad. It was worse than we thought it would be. And we thought, man, this, enough is enough.
Even before the Rimfire, the seeds of change were being sown. In 2010, Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions was formed, a collaborative effort led by groups that had rarely agreed on anything.
So obviously people who have different priorities will have strongly different views about how to manage public forest.
We used to call them the timber wars, and they are now just some, maybe we'd call them timber arguments at this point.
People like Mike Albrecht and others who were with the timber industry would have very, very strong opposition to positions put forward by our center or others.
And a lot of projects were stopped by extreme environmental groups that said, no, we don't want you doing that. Saying that to the Forest Service, we don't like the way you're managing the forest, we don't like the way you're logging the forest.
So the Forest Service was seeing that there was a tremendous amount of polarization in the local area. Two of them in particular that felt that there was an opportunity to have dialogue and discussions, invited a number of us to brainstorm over how to create a forest stakeholder group, and even just eventually getting to the name Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions was a challenge.
So we got about 20 different groups together, and they range from environmental groups to industry groups to recreational groups, and we sat down and said, hey, okay, let's figure out what we agree on. Let's quit talking about what we don't agree on. Let's start talking about what we agree on. Let's make it science-based, not emotional, and check our egos at the door and come in and start working together.
There was a lot of areas where there wasn't agreement on almost anything, but from a few initial meetings for a number of years, we continued to meet to see if there might be some benefits for different interests looking for common ground.
And in 2013, 3 years after they formed, the Rimfire really galvanized them. They recognized that the speed in which they need to work really needs to be accelerated.
All of them coming together after that Rimfire and basically acknowledging, like, look, if we don't put our differences aside, there's going to be nothing left to argue about.
The Rimfire was the first classic example of where having different points of views collaborate together can lead to a successful, beneficial outcome. We brought our local desire for a middle ground solution on Rimfire salvage logging and then on Rimfire reforestation.
Forest Service, Regional Forester, we've got to put a salvage program together that has no litigation. We cannot stand any litigation on this, so we're going to oppose any litigation. And some of the folks in our groups used to be litigants on this stuff, and we said, we don't have time for that. We got to get this product off the landscape, get it into the mills, get it ready to be replanted.
We came out with a middle ground that everyone felt was appropriate and reasonable.
That was a big change in how we used to think, and we used to fight over that. And when we wrote a letter to the Forest Service and said, hey, we oppose any litigation, I think they went, wow.
YSS is setting a standard for how we can move past polarization and differing views to focus on areas of agreement. That's the key. We focus on areas of agreement and we get work done.
And that is my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, so looking to the board. Questions for Jerry on the presentation? Okay, not seeing any. I'll look for public comment. Not seeing any public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of points. First of all, I want to thank you for that. That's the first time I've seen that Cerro project, and even though you say it's rough, it was compelling. So thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing the full version when it's ready. And I think Access Tuolumne has come a very long way in the last 3-4 years. Most of the board does not know, but they lost before Jerry came on to Access Tuolumne as the general manager. Whoever had been part of it before kind of closed up shop. They got rid of their post office, P.O. box, and so we had no idea at the county level, or Jerry when he came in, that the paperwork that was supposed to be continually every year put in for the nonprofit status had been lost. I mean, there was no connecting of the dots, so they lost that for a while, or it went inactive. And that has taken us these almost 4 years to reinstate between the federal and the state government. So kudos for perseverance on that. So now they're going to be able to accept funding, just like some of the public TV stations that you're very well familiar with. Channel 2 in the Bay Area is one of those, and they have those drives and things. So that's excellent. They are homeless, or they will be soon if the sale of the dome goes through. So that's one of the reasons why you saw in the presentation on the second floor of the historic courthouse what you saw, and they have the funds to pay for that square footage that would help the county and also maybe add some color to our local community in what the historic preservation folks are asking for in the presentations they would be making. I'm not going to be here on the board starting next year, but I wanted to just put in a plug for legislation. Keep your eye on the ball as far as streaming services should be paying the franchise fees as well, not just cable TV, because cable TV, as you saw on the slide there, is going, the funding from that is going down. And we do need to keep the funding available and raise it. So the way to do that is through the streaming services that go through the internet. And there was something last year, I think, that some kind of legislation that kind of addressed this or was going towards that, but it didn't go anywhere. So I would ask you to keep your eye on the ball for that, because it would only benefit us and other counties that have an access public TV station. And I think those are my only comments. I just wanted to thank you again for this report. And I wanted the rest of the board, since I'm on their board, I just wanted the rest of the board to see how far Access Tuolumne has come. And I'm very proud of the work that they've done.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I did have one question, and I forgot to ask you earlier. The franchise fee, I don't know if you would know or if Tracy knows. Would that, if we didn't have to pay for that, would that go back to the general fund, or is that a different?
Are you referring to the 25% that's
Yeah.
being? Yes, that
Okay.
has historically been in the general fund. So remaining of that is in the general fund. Yes.
I know we're not talking about budget, but just since you brought up the potential legislation, remind us about that legislation, because as you know, as we head into tough budget years, anything that comes out of the general fund we have to look at. So if you can continue to go after revenue, if you can continue to make us aware of any opportunities that we can do, streaming services to offset that, I want to get rid of anything that's going out that we don't have to. Just, you know where I stand on that. So if there's opportunity for that, I'd love to help in that way. As far as all the services you provide, great. This video, awesome. I know we've been talking about for a year or two. Continue, get it done, because this is something that we can take to the state. This is something that we can take to the feds, and I think this is a bigger deal than you make it out to be. So get her done, and if you need more resources to do that, I don't know. Just it's a big deal, and I think the rest of the state and nation needs to see our story. So you can write about it, you can talk about it, but when you show it, it's very moving. So great work.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I agree with those comments, and thank you very much for the presentation, Jerry and Katie. And I also very much agree with Supervisor Half's position about, I remember Access Tuolumne was near defunct, I would say, when Jerry came on board. And to look at the difference from where it was then to now, it's huge. The level of professionalism, I think, is so much better. And, you know, talking about the costs, the public expects that public meetings like the Board of Supervisors, like TCTC, I mean, you do the Sonora City Council, you do a bunch of them. They expect that those are going to be public and that they'll be available to them anytime. And Access Tuolumne is kind of our conduit for that. And that doesn't just happen, and it doesn't happen for free. So the thing that I notice is that while it is an expenditure, that is very much within, I think, the expectation that our community has is that we would have those things available. And if we were to pay someone else, like we were contracting out for server services, that's a hard thing to say, interesting, from a company that we won't name, but it starts with a G. And we had a lot of problems with that. And it cost a lot of money that we were just throwing away. And so my point is that we have to pay someone to do these services anyway. It's better that that money should stay here with a local nonprofit agency like Access Tuolumne instead of a big corporation that, frankly, we weren't really getting that good a service from anyway. And so I'm much happier with the situation now than it was for years. For years, we had problems with servers and with data and with, you know, with videos getting dropped and that kind of thing. And it's much better now. Plus, you know, you have somebody there running the cameras, making sure that the people that are talking are the ones that are being recorded and all these things. It takes effort and energy, and I think Access Tuolumne does it in a really professional way. Looking at your funding, I absolutely agree with the comment that, you know, we need to go after the streaming services, or we need to pressure our legislators to go after streaming services because they're not a new thing anymore. They're well established. I haven't paid a cable TV bill since I was in college, I think. And I think most people are that way. Anybody under a certain age probably has never paid a cable TV bill. And if we want to continue to see public access to TV shows of local interest, this is the only way to do it. You know, we can't rely on big streaming services or big TV shows, or they don't care about little communities like ours. And so we have to have our own homegrown services that provide that access and that voice. You know, I have a show on Access Tuolumne. I'll interview some folks, and I pay for that service. It doesn't come out of any kind of county funding. It's something that I pay Access Tuolumne for the privilege to have that time, and anybody can do that. And I think that's an incredible resource to the community, and seeing how your funding for the PEG fees was going down, but then your funding from people like me that pay for time on Access Tuolumne is going up, I think is indicative of your success. And we should promote that and try to get as many people involved and interested and underwriting shows that they support as possible. Because these are the things that care about, and they're very, very locally focused, and that's important to me. So thank you for the work that you've done, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of your video. It was really good.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I agree with Supervisor Campbell's comments in particular. Also, I think any effort where we're trying to basically tell a story like that video, that's something that's fantastic, because that's a way that it's great locally, you know, very cool, it's educational in that. To be able to visualize that and send that on any of the issues that we face to Sacramento is a very useful tool, because that, in a succinct way, we can get them to understand an issue from our perspective and tell a story. So I think that's really good. Potentially with the courthouse, it's something to consider, but since the Dome property may be in flux, I would like to see that there are alternatives that are considered within that too. I wonder in particular if other ones where operations a bit and staffing has been a challenge, one in particular is, you know, two, the resiliency centers. which have been a bit, whether there's an opportunity to co-locate anything there. I know there's Shaw's Flat School, which is a more or less warm closed facility. I think it does some adult ed. So anyway, I think it would be good to not only have that one option, is to have a few options of what would potentially meet that space, what that budget looks like, and see if we can fix one problem with another problem too. So thank you for the presentation.
I concur with the comments of my fellow supervisors, and I absolutely, and I think Supervisor Kirk mentioned it, putting together short videos can be absolutely convincers when meeting with, either other elected officials, and, whether it be state or federal, as well as, looking, within the state government system. You can tell a story in just a few minutes and then follow up on that with the conversation. So, yeah, definitely is very effective. So, thank you for everything you guys do. Really appreciate it. Okay. All right. So, we had one other item, 11 a.m. CO Riggs, is this going to be a fairly, okay, if we can have the clerk read that, I'd like to do that one before we move into closed session.
11 a.m. appointment, public hearing, consideration of adopting resolution 124, appointing Blossom Scott Heim, public Public Works Director, as a road commissioner for the County of Tuolumne, pursuant to California Street and Highways Code, section 2006.
Okay, good morning. I am going to do this on behalf of our Public Works Director. So as you're aware, on May, you got to open the public hearing.
Okay, my apologies, opening a public hearing on this.
Okay, one more time. So Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item is before you today as on May 6th. After the resignation of the previous Public Works Director, your board appointed Blossom Scott Heim as the interim road commissioner and director. We need to do a public hearing in order to appoint her as your new road commissioner. Make sure I have the right term going here. Yes, road commissioner for the County of Tuolumne. And this actually cannot be, because I've been exploring, can we put this in the class spec? Can we put this in the contract? However, the code does require that you do a public hearing and make a formal appointment. That is what this item is for today. It is my pleasure and honor that I recommend that your board would appoint Blossom Scott Heim as your road commissioner for our county.
Very good. So, questions from the board? This item. Not seeing any. Is there any public comment?
Yes, thank you. I support this. And just for the listening public, you did resolution 98 and 99, and now we're going to 101, because the item that was pulled off the agenda today was resolution 100-24, just so everybody's clear. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Any final comments? And if not, then I will, let me see here. I would look for a motion.
I have a comment. This is just
easy.
easy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is just easy peasy. I mean, she's been doing it as an interim. Good job, Blossom. And let's go for it.
So moved on a staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
So I have motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, that concludes this matter. So for our public and our listeners out there, we are going to go into closed session at this time. Do we expect a report out? Okay, no report out expected, but we're going to reconvene at 1:30 for our 1:30 appointments. And are we meeting in the law library? No, we're going to meet in here. Okay, so we'll ask people to please clear the room, because we're going to have our closed session in this room, and thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, November 5th, 2024. As stated, we did not anticipate a report out from closed session, and we do not have one, just gave direction to staff. So we're going to move on to our 1:30 p.m. appointments, and if the clerk could please read the 1:30 p.m. one.
Number 1:30 p.m. Public hearing, Virginia B. Burrell Estate, consideration of determining that the county's summary abatement actions on 14890 Bluebell, Sonora, California, 95370, APN 096-100-015-000, located in Tuolumne County, satisfy the conditions listed in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Section 1.10.230A.
All right, so this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at this point. And who do we have presenting here? Mr. Bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. How are you today? Members of the board, thank you for having us today. Give me one moment, please. I'll thank you for your patience. Thank you, Daniel.
No worries. We've had our day full of different technical issues.
We are here before you today. I'm here with my colleague, Dan Butler. We're here today to have a summary abatement hearing regarding a case of a burned out building that we had on Bluebell West in the Bluebell Standard area of Tuolumne County. I have a presentation and a small PowerPoint here to go over a handful of items with you. We have it on display, so let's do this. Let's go back to here, go to here, and then I'll do this right. Pretty good. And we want to go to the slideshow. Thank you, sir. I'm not sure. Might have to do it with the mouse then. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, we're just going to do it that way. Okay, thank you. Once again, thank you for your patience. This hearing, again, is to evaluate whether the violations existed, who is responsible, was the act of conducting a summary abatement justified by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Section 1.10.230A. The standard here is the preponderance of evidence. The burden is on the department. And the recommendations are that the violations existed, that the summary abatement was justified, that the owner is liable, and that the penalties are automatic. Boy. The location of this parcel is 14890 Bluebell West in Sonora. It is, of course, in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County. You see the assessor's parcel number. It is a residential estate, 2-acre minimum property, and the owner is the Virginia Burrell Estate. The allegations on this property are that there were numerous zoning, building, and solid waste code violations. The primary allegation here is an unsecured burned dwelling that was deemed to be an imminent hazard to the public, requiring a summary abatement to be conducted. Notifications, the notifications of all violations were issued pursuant to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Section 1.10110. These procedures identify service by certified mail and first-class mail, in addition to posting the notice on the site or personal service of the notice. In this instance, the various notices were sent via certified mail and first class, as well as having been posted on site in addition to the summary abatement notice, was posted on site prior to any abatement activity to ensure that all interested parties had proper notice of the pending actions. This case is limited to administrative enforcement of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and its adopted regulations. The Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Section 15.04, adopts the California Building Code, specifically Section 116, which I will read now. It states in part that structures or existing equipment that are or hereafter become unsafe, insanitary, or deficient because of inadequate means of egress facilities, inadequate light and ventilation, or that constitute a fire hazard, or are otherwise dangerous to human life or the public welfare, or that involve illegal or improper occupancy or inadequate maintenance, shall be deemed an unsafe condition. Unsafe structures shall be taken down and removed or made safe as the building official deems necessary and as provided for in this section. A vacant structure that is not secured against entry shall be deemed unsafe. Additionally, summary abatement under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Section 1.10230A, states the following. If a department head determines with concurrence of the co-compliance officer there exists a violation which is of such a nature as to be an imminent threat to the public health or safety, and if not abated would during the pendency of the proceedings subject the public to potential harm of a serious nature, the same may be abated forthwith without compliance with the notice and pre-abatement hearing provisions of this chapter. When repair or removal of the condition is economically infeasible, abatement may include demolition of structures or destruction of real or personal property. Some of the details on this case specific. On August 20th of 2024, the Tuolumne County Co-Compliance investigators recognized that nearly after 3 years of exposure of a burned building, that it had further deteriorated. They then contacted the chief building official, co-compliance officer, myself, to advise me of an ongoing concern, and they requested that an evaluation of the dangerous and unsecured building be made to determine if further action was warranted. I then went to this site on August 21st, the next day, and determined that due to the extent of the damage and the continued exposure to the elements, the building posed an imminent hazard to the public due to the severely deteriorated structural support system, and that securing the building was not an option due to the extent of this damage. In the interest of public safety, I determined that I ordered the building to be demolished. And on September 9th of 2024, the abatement of this hazard commenced. As we move forward in here, I will give you some photographs identifying a handful of different things. You can see this is a street view of the home in question. It's difficult to see the burned out portions of the front here, but as I move forward, you will begin to see the gross nature of this building. This building is a hodgepodge of site constructed elements as well as a trailer that was built onto many years ago. The structural supports, as you can see in this photograph, are sagging along the structural support systems of the studs and the headers around the windows. This portion of the roof here is caving in, and this is a portion of the trailer that is failing relative to its structural frame underneath. So this building was not in any position to have been boarded up, otherwise secured. It had to come down to ensure. And again, as I mentioned previously in the statements, we had attempted to retain abatement warrants for this condition, but as it's set for the preceding years, its exposure to the rain, the heat, the wind, all of the different elements, of course, that Mother Nature provides, it just deteriorated to such a point that it just couldn't stand any further. This, of course, is a shot of the address and the front entrance of the building. As you can see, it is burned out beyond belief inside. I do apologize for not having a photograph of the interior nature of the rafters that are failing and collapsing on the inside. But once again, it was definitely deemed that it was coming down with or without our help. We had to make sure it was done safely and, of course, that the site was secured. This is a photograph of the hazard having been removed and the site remediated. So now this parcel is of a nature that can be repopulated, reconstructed, and perhaps maybe provide someone with a home in the future. This, again, is the violation phase in which we identify the recommendations one more time to your board. We ask that you find that the violations existed on this parcel, that co-compliance was justified under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10230A to conduct the summary abatement, that the owners be held responsible, that administrative penalties and summary abatement costs shall be imposed per ordinance, and get your authorization to issue a final abatement order in this regard. And we are available for any questions you might have.
Okay, Supervisor Heth, go ahead.
Thank you. So in these kinds of situations, who actually does the demolishing? Do we call upon the fire department to come and help us with something like that, and they use it as a training exercise, or how does it happen?
We established an RFQ approximately a year and a half ago, in which we keep contractors on retainer for abatement situations. So we used one of our abatement contractors that we have a contract with, issued a task order, and he was able to mobilize.
So we pay for it.
Yes, ma'am.
And how much did this one cost?
Approximately $28,000.
Oh, my goodness. So can we not use fire department folks as a way of keeping the costs down?
I would say that the demolition, removal of debris, and disposal of debris, I don't know that that is something that's in their wheelhouse. There was something that was utilized to, say, use a building as a training exercise for fire. That would be something that could possibly be considered. But this was, again, a dangerous building, something we didn't want anybody inside of.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I just want to, because it seems a little backwards, I would think that this would kind of come up to basically do these rulings as the staff and recommendations are, and then it would go into demolition. So is it basically that it was such a life and safety risk that it had to be, demolished and then bringing forward so that we have those findings?
That is correct, Supervisor Brandon. The summary abatement provisions identified and utilized when something is such an imminent hazard that waiting to have a hearing or doing otherwise doesn't make sense. Okay. So we, and the ordinance code requires that we hold this hearing after a summary abatement action within 90 days.
Okay. And then I just want to ask with it too, because obviously I agree with the recommendation there and that the property was in very bad condition. But is this traditionally how code compliance would, because there are other properties I'm aware of that are in red tagged, bad, dangerous condition where the 5-year period seems to be weighted out on some type of penalty, a lien on the property, and it's boarded up, as opposed to this situation where it's kind of expeditiously removed and a lien put on the property for, assuming today, paying us back. So I just wanted to ask, is this normally the tactic taken when we've got a very dilapidated, unsafe building to go in, make that ruling, demolish it, and then do the board hearing?
What I can tell you is that summary abatement is used very, very sparingly. It is not something we choose to utilize unless we've identified a severe risk. Okay. So there are various buildings throughout the county, you're not wrong, that are in bad shape. Mm-hmm. Are they in imminent collapse? Are they going to fall and hurt somebody? Is there a situation in which the conditions around it are of such a health and safety risk that people are going to get hurt right now? And that's the evaluation that we have to use. A lot of times it would be simply easier to go in and do this type of thing, but that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to follow as much of the procedure as we possibly can. But when we encounter something as dilapidated and as dangerous as this building was, it's an obligation we have to ensure the safety.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from the board? I've got a couple.
Yes, sir.
So you stated the action started after 3 years after the fire, is that?
What I can tell you is that this building burned in June of 2022. So in June of 2022, our co-compliance team went out, tagged this building, sent out the proper notices, and over the course of the next couple of months, sent out all notices as were necessary. At that time, it went onto our list, if you will, list of properties that would need to be taken care of. We always try to work with property owners to abate the situation. It definitely is less cost to the county and less cost to the owners in that regard. But this one, unfortunately, has a deceased owner, as well as other conditions that made working with the owner not plausible. So we worked through the abatement warrant process. And to date, we're unsuccessful in obtaining that warrant, as we're working through some conditions to make sure that we can get those warrants with the court, of course. But the situation having set for so long, it had just gotten to a point where it just wasn't, I wasn't comfortable leaving it standing the way it was.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, during my career with CAL FIRE, I responded to many structure fires, and lots of them that, were a total loss and had to be taken down. Typically, if somebody has insurance, their insurance policy would include that type of, and this may not be the case here, for whatever reason, the property owner, either they didn't have coverage or they cashed out an insurance policy and didn't do perhaps what they were paid to do, but they left something that was in an unsafe condition for a long period of time. How many other structures, burn structures, are we aware of that might be in a similar state that we haven't gotten to the point of abatement, but I know of one in particular.
We have one that we're currently working with the property owner on, and this is going to be not a summary abatement action, but more of a permission-based action that the county is going to assist with. We've had several that have been in a condition where abatement was imminent. We have been, again, trying to work with the owners to get those taken care of. As far as burn structures go, there have been several over the years. I can't think of more than a couple off the top of my head in the current situation. Dan, anything on that? Top of your head? Yeah, exactly. We have one now that we have one in closer to the Sonora area in which the property owner has employed the service of a contractor to board up and secure a building. Not the most beautiful thing when it's all done, but again, safe, which is the goal. And another one in the Longeway area. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I believe there was one in Supervisor Campbell's district, Cedar Ridge area, what have you.
That was one that we obtained a award for some years ago.
Even when they get boarded up, right? Kids in the neighborhood, they can get out there and do whatever, and it's definitely a risk. All right, I don't have any other questions. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back to the board for any final comments. Does anybody have anything additional? Okay, then I would look for, let's see here.
Can you bring up the thing that we have to, all the findings, the slide? I'd be willing to make the motion as long as I can read it.
Yeah, I've got the language for the resolution. I'm sorry.
It's the findings.
The summary abatement.
Right. Okay. I'd like to move that violations on the parcel existed. Tuolumne County Code compliance was justified under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. To conduct the summary abatement, the owner is responsible, even though it's a trust. Administrative penalties and summary abatement costs shall be imposed per ordinance, and the issue of the final abatement order. It should be issued.
Oops. I've got a motion by Supervisor Half, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
We can get the clerk to please read our 1:30 p.m. 2 item.
1:30 p.m. 2, public hearing to consider waiving the first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 8.90 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to enact a tobacco retail license and setting a second reading for adoption on December 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And I will open the public hearing. All right, so staff, carry away.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Katie Johnson, Program Supervisor with Tuolumne County Public Health Department. And Quincy, you want to identify yourself?
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department, and here on behalf of Environmental Health.
Thank you. So I have prepared some slides about the proposed tobacco retail license ordinance that you will be considering today. And I just want to refer back to all the way back in January. We did an educational presentation from Public Health with Dr. Kimberly Freeman, our health officer, and myself. and your board provided direction that a tobacco retail license might be something that could help address some of the concerns. So I'm not going to dwell on the concerns today and rehash them, but I do just want to spend a minute surfacing why this is important and why it continues to be important. Number one is that nicotine is a highly addictive drug with many new products marketed to youth. In particular, vaping has become a youth epidemic, which I think is nothing new, but unfortunately it is ongoing. I've had the opportunity over the past month to go to about 10 schools, I think, elementary schools and middle school and high schools, and ask kids this question, show them a version of this vape, this flume float, and ask them, how many cigarettes would you have to smoke to get the same amount of nicotine as is in this one vape? I get a lot of guesses, and they're not usually anywhere near. So I don't know how you guys would guess. I won't subject you to that today, but the answer is about 363 cigarettes worth of nicotine, which is 18 packs plus 3. And this is a small vape. It's really not a huge one. A lot of them contain a lot more. What I can say is it bothers me that kids have absolutely no idea. And that's clear to me that most of the youth I talk to have no idea the incredibly high levels. I don't think most adults do either. And I just really want to reiterate that this is not the same exact problem as it used to be with cigarettes. It's the problem times 363 in terms of this highly addictive chemical. Another key issue is that not all retailers are complying with current laws designed to protect youth. We know that is true from many reports statewide, from the fact that youth are using products. And we also know it from a recent observational survey that our program did with Public Health, the Tobacco Prevention Program. We know from CDTFA, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, that there are about 49 retailers in Tuolumne County unincorporated areas that currently have a state-level license to sell tobacco. So that basically it's from the Tax and Fee Administration, and they look at whether the taxes are charged appropriately and do not provide any enforcement at the local level. But that is how we already have a list of these established tobacco retailers. Of those, there's been a little bit of fluctuation since we did this survey in June, but we visited 48 retailers at that time. We observed 36 to still be selling flavored tobacco. So that's 3/4 of the retailers we went to had what, by the strict reading of the new tobacco flavors law at the state level, should be illegal products, should not be sold. And in particular, I've got some pictures here from 2 retailers where we found this very concerning. The one on the left is from a retailer that actually shares a border with an elementary school and is very, very close, sidewalk accessible from that school. Had a lot of these products for sale right at the counter level. And then the 2 on the right are from another retailer that actually is co-located at an elementary school bus stop. So yes, these are both from Tuolumne County. The one on the left is from District 5, and the 2 on the right are from District 3. So I don't want to blast retailers, and actually one thing I want to highlight is that we provided education to every single one of these retailers when we went in. So all of them have received a packet of exactly what the laws are that they have to comply with, some updates, because we know there's a ton of changes, and my business card if they have any questions. We tried to talk to as many of them as possible. So we really already have been trying to engage these retailers. This proposed ordinance would really provide a mechanism to take the next step and actually enforce the laws, however, because, as I mentioned, the license that is provided by CDTFA does not provide for any local enforcement, and this ordinance would charge a fee that would then help the Environmental Health Department to inspect and make sure that all of our local retailers are in compliance in the Tuolumne County unincorporated areas. And we worked to align this with the existing ordinance code as much as possible. We also referenced model ordinance that is from the national level. It's actually used by many other municipalities in California, but we really worked to adapt it for our local area and make it as efficient as possible for environmental health to enforce it. And along with that, and along with the intent to really educate the retailers, the intent is not to charge any penalties the first year, only to provide education. So the fee would kick in, but then there would be a year before there was any penalties to provide time to really educate and make sure that the retailers know what they need to do. And that's all I've got, really. I wanted to leave a lot of time for any questions you have. I know there's a lot more details in the agenda packet. But Quincy, did you want to add anything?
Sure, thank you. So we've been working closely with public health on this. And just as a reminder, the reason that environmental health sort of partnered on this is our department already has a system that we invoice these businesses for other licenses that they may be required to have here locally. And so this is a very simple way for the county to to take this program on without creating new systems such as in public health that would need to regulate that. But we expect to be working really closely with public health, especially in the first year with education and outreach, making sure that our customers know what will be coming in the future. We've done this on our vegetation management ordinance. We've done this a year or two ago. We did this with our food program where we really reduced the we had a very simple way for food for our restaurants to come into compliance that year. So it's a strategy we've employed in the past when we're sort of revamping or trying something new. I'm also here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Supervisor Heff. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm kind of at a loss here. Flavored tobacco products are illegal? And since when?
Good. There was a law passed at the state level that went into effect at the beginning of the last year. So it's been quite a while.
Okay.
They had many months to comply with this law prior to us going in this June and seeing.
So to have them displayed in their business is illegal, basically.
It is.
Why would you give them a year's education?
Right.
I don't get that. I really don't.
So this is typical with when we do a new program that we give the time and opportunity for people to come in compliance, but it's fully up to your board. If you want us to begin enforcement starting January of 2025, you can give that direction. We can do that.
Okay. And how, this is going to really date me. I remember, I've never smoked, so I don't pay attention to those laws, but how long has it been since it's been 21 years old? I thought it was 18. I thought you had to be 18 to buy cigarettes. So when did that change?
I think I have it right here where it will say how long it's been, but I believe it was 2017, 2018. It's been years. It's been some years. Mm-hmm.
All right. Those are my questions. And we can talk more about the education piece because you're giving them, my feeling is you're giving them a year to keep selling if you do that. So anyway.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, my only question is why are we, I know a fee said he's going to come back, Quincy, but why are we only doing 60% of the cost? So why don't we just do 100%?
We can do 100%, and both with this item and the item that's coming later, because we have a fee item coming, just to make it clear, in December, rather than doing 3 changes to the ordinance code, we're going to just put those fees in the proposal we're bringing you in December. So that's why there's not also an amendment to the fee today. Again, it goes, sometimes we recommend subsidizing a permit or a license in order to gain enforcement. And so that is the method. That's the reason why we were suggesting not to charge full price. Also, If you recall in the hearing that we had it over in City Hall, it was the day our elevator wasn't working, and this item came before you, and you did get some public comment about the other permits and fees that are paid to the state. And so this is one of, you often, ask, what are we doing that's more than the state? This is one of those examples that we're creating a local enforcement mechanism, because it is already enforced at the state level, just not very well locally for resources, and people are already paying for a state license. So those are the reasons why at this point, we weren't proposing a full cost recovery, although your board can certainly make that recommendation. I mean, we can bring that in December for full cost recovery.
So it's obvious the state's not enforcing, because we got these things popping up next to our kids. So let's throw that argument out. 100%, I hear what you're saying as far as more work on the ordinance. Is it a lot of work for us to say 100% fee, right? Or
no.
Cost, okay.
It's not.
Because if it's coming, I get it, but I don't want this to get lost in the weeds.
Nope, we would, it is not difficult for us to do full cost recovery on this. And so just, it would be more in the range of $500-ish. And I believe in your agenda packet, we attached other jurisdictions, I think that's in your agenda packet, that have a local tobacco retail license, and you can see sort of the range of costs. So we would, still be.
I don't care about other counties. You're saying it's going to cost for us to do our job to keep our kids safe and keep this crap out of their lungs, $500 a permit.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you. And so what is, I guess you kind of explained it, but what is our obligation to enforce this, and what is the state's obligation? We're doing this as a public health effort that's funded, is that funded under the tobacco money that comes in every year, or is this something separate? Or is it funded through, what is it, 793?
I can start just with funding for our program. It comes from the California Tobacco Prevention Program at the Department of Public Health. It is completely separate from enforcement funding. We are not supposed to use any of our funds to do enforcement actions within our public health program. And they are very specific about that, because there is other funds available for enforcement. They are mostly at the state level. I have not seen or known of any enforcement actions being taken locally since I have been working on this issue here. They do things like, there's a statewide program that does decoy operations, where they say they go to every county in the state and send minors in to see if they will be sold the products. I can't find any data from any operations that have happened here in recent years, and there just doesn't seem to be a big push for them to be going to local jurisdictions.
I mean, do we report them to the state agencies, or?
We certainly can. I can share that recently it's the Department of Justice that receives those reports largely. I was forwarded a complaint from the Department of Justice that someone had made about a local retailer in District 5. I talked with one of our law enforcement partners at the Sheriff's Office, and they recommended that we do education. We go in, we start with that, so that is what we did. The Department of Justice, I do not believe, was interested in coming out at that point, and they actually said, well, isn't your county considering a TRL, or don't you have a TRL to do that yourself? Was the response from the Department of Justice. So it's very uncommon that, and just sort of not done, that the state Department of Justice comes in and does any enforcement locally.
It's just so strange to have. I mean, I remember when that bill was passed, and it was this huge deal because it basically bans everything. I mean, flavored tobacco, like cigars too. I think flavored cigars and
the little cigars, the little cigarillos. Yeah.
Right, the ones that people will put extra things in. Let's say all that stuff, and I haven't really seen a whole lot of change, and I was kind of left scratching my head, like, is this one of those laws that got passed and just never got enforced, or maybe it hasn't gone into effect yet, but so it's in full effect now, just nobody is enforcing it.
Yeah, I can add that there were 2 new bills that just passed in this cycle, so it took them a while to catch up after the flavor ban was enforced. In this last legislative cycle, they just passed AB 3218 and SB 1230, and those are both now intending to clarify, maybe help close some of those loopholes. So in particular, CDTFA now has the authority to seize products if it was unclear, I think, if they had that before.
But will they?
That's another question.
Like having the authority to and actually do it? You know,
I cannot
like if you pick up the phone
say.
and call them, do they do something about it or no?
I cannot answer at this point,
Okay.
and it's a brand new law. But they have started with, at least it's very clear that they have the authority to now. The state will also be issuing in another year an unflavored tobacco product list, because there's been a lot of enforcement difficulties statewide around what is a flavored product. If you take the name Green Apple off that cigarillo and just call it green, but you don't change anything else, and it's still on the shelf, is that complying? How is it proven? It's been a really tricky topic, so instead of litigating every single product, the state has decided to create a list of unflavored tobacco products, and those will be what is clearly, obviously, a legal product.
Okay.
So that will be nice when that comes out. I think they have until the end of 2025 to issue that.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. We've already discussed and voted on this, and I was in the minority on that. But to kind of summarize with it, I see this as duplicative with state law and against what we, in many cases, end up doing, which is they have a fee they impose to be able to address this. We are adding a second layer of enforcement, and this is going to affect, and not just ones that are maybe selling a flavored vape or anything like that, but I'm talking pretty much every gas station, every mini mart, $200-300 a year. That's a fairly substantial amount when, there's been pushback, for example, on fees related to other licensing things, which gives me a little bit of pause. Looking through the list of cities and counties, I do appreciate seeing the example, but it was primarily cities that had enacted these. And almost every county, barring a few, there was Siskiyou, there was a couple, most counties did not have something like this. It was maybe 10 on there, it seemed like, and most of them were highly urbanized, more coastal regions. And I think the bigger issue is that it doesn't really seem to address what is a very easy, obvious loophole part, which is you can just get this online and mail it in. And so the black market of this is so accessible, it's so easy. And then it's always been odd too, because I voted against this when it was on the ballot, thinking that, we're fine with generally this, open-ended sale of recreational marijuana, whether or not we have dispensaries of that, there's not a lot of limitations on what you can do, and yet we're banning flavored tobacco products. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm not in support of putting this in. I think, there's existing tools to report to the state agencies, California Department of Public Health, large case attorney general, Portland Sheriff's Office, and I question also the $200, or if it was full cost recovery, $300 on one visit every 12 months, which I imagine is not 2 hours of turning over the shop, but is kind of 15 minutes of checking it out. And then every 24 months, having an 18 to 20-year-old go in and, I don't want to call it a sting, but do that. I don't know how that adds up to $200 or $300 is the full cost. That just seems like an excessive amount. And a lot of the other areas either were way above it, obviously trying to do something that's just shutting these shops down, or like Siskiyou was like $70. $70, that sounds probably like about an hour of a person's time per year with benefits, and that would be 100% cost recovery. So I don't know why the fee is also so high.
All right. Well, I've got one that seems to be a basic question is how come the state can't prevent the wholesalers and manufacturers from selling this product to begin with and shipping it to these retailers that are then violating the law? I don't know if you have information on that, but it seems that's where the...
Yeah, I think that was considered one of the loopholes in the original law that they are trying to close with some of these new bills, and they are now, they've basically extended the authority to the distributors, and there's a hope that they will be able to take some action at the state level now a little more effectively. But again, that's very recent addition.
Yeah. Okay, a couple other questions. You indicated visited 48 of 49 retailers in the unincorporated areas. Was that during the last year, or what time frame?
That was in June. Sorry if I didn't specify.
Okay,
It should
all
be on the slide.
concentrated
It was
effort.
June 2024. Yep, we went out
Okay.
as a team.
And at that time, educational materials were given to each of those retailers.
Yes.
All righty. Yeah, I don't see any reason to give them a year to comply. You know, they were personally visited and materials were given them. And I'm sure that, you know, the state, when they controlled this thing to begin with, they probably sent out materials to all the retailers on what they could or could not use. So and I'm also for the 100% instead of the 60%. I'll open it up to public comment at this point. Good afternoon.
Hello, Christy Conforti, Public Policy Advocate for the Blue Zones Project. I'm just here to say we are in full support of the tobacco retail license. I'm not sure when that list was published, but I know that Lake County, Mendocino County, and Yuba Sutter have all been through the same process, and they are in the process of implementing their tobacco retail licenses as well. One thing, I'll just make a comment to Supervisor Brandon about the flavors. Those, if you've never seen the Netflix documentary, The Rise and Fall of Juul, it's very fascinating. It talks about how and why these electronic cigarettes came on the market, and flavors were absolutely linked to creating a whole new generation of smokers through the vaping products. Bubblegum, green apple, whatever flavors. Don't know why an adult would need that. So it sort of points to the fact that they are targeting our youth. And it is very easily accessible, and a lot of kids are doing it. I was also at Red Ribbon Week with Katie at a couple of schools and talking to them. They don't, not only did they not know how many cigarettes are in a vape, they also think that vaping is safe compared to cigarette smoking, but it's a whole nother different, level of health concerns. So I just appreciate your support and want to let you know Blue Zones is on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So thank you to Supervisor Haff and Goldenberg, because I also disagree with the 1 year education only. This law passed and took effect in January of 2023. So they had almost 2 years. And my understanding was, I could be wrong, but I thought the state had come through a few months after it passed and didn't find flavored, because the flavored products also included menthol, so you can't sell menthol cigarettes anymore, and that they didn't really find anything on the shelf. So if you can go in now and see it on the shelf, then people have brought it in from their hidden spots and are displaying it. And it was specifically designed, as my understanding is, because so much was targeted against children, because adults had quit smoking, relatively speaking. Apparently not in Tuolumne County. So I don't agree with giving them a 1 year education only extension. They've had 2 years, that's enough. And then I know there are several, you may be right on the cities, I'm not sure about the counties that have a retail license. But one of the main focuses of this was to find out exactly who was selling in Tuolumne County. Because if you're only going in the unincorporated, that doesn't include Sonora. And Sonora is its own mess. So I agree it should be 100%, and they should get no education grace period. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I'll let the other board members go too, but I did have one comment in addition, which is that I do feel that we should report to the state our actions if we're doing stuff. Obviously, we can't make them do anything about it, right? We can't make them give us enough money when they mandate something to us, period. But I think that we should do that. Other board comments? Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I mean, on the way to work this morning, I heard that in the UN over in Europe, they were working towards banning tobacco products completely. So it's just interesting how far behind the curve we are. So, as far as, it sounds like we got enough votes for 100% cost recovery, no educational. I mean, that whole educational conversation is a joke. They know what they're doing. And I'm coming out of my skin. I have a lot I could say. Supervisor Brandon, I'm not going to respond to some of your thoughts other than I hope someday you have kids, and I hope you don't have to experience what some parents have to go through with kids and vaping. I could say a lot, but I'm going to shut my mouth. You got it? As long as 100% and no educational time lapse, then I'll just shut my mouth.
Any additional board comments? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. And as why would anybody, choose to have anything flavored or that? Is why going to a bar does not everybody just get a shot of vodka? Fact is, adults use these products as well. What I would do, if and when I end up being a parent, is I would talk to my kids about it, would educate them about it. Fortunately, not a lot of parents do that. But I hope that this works as well to prevent youth vaping, as I think the confidence seems to be from the rest of the board and staff. I'm just, again, very skeptical at the glaring holes in that when it comes to what's available through just, again, the internet. And that at the end of the day, generally banning a substance like that is not nearly as effective at stopping it as education about its effects and talking about it from a parenting approach. It creates a different mentality around it. So anyway.
All right. So if there's no other board comments, I'll look for a motion on this item.
I'll move on staff recommendation with the changes we made.
Maybe we should clarify the
100% cost recovery and go live
and enforcement
January 1st.
in January.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, so I have motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Any abstain? Okay, passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay, moving along here. The clerk could please read our 1:30 p.m. 3 appointment.
1:30 p.m. 3, public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 17.67 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Title 17, related to the implementation of the Delivery of Medical Cannabis, Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act, Notice of Exemption pursuant to Section 1560601B3 of the State CEQA Guidelines.
I'll open the public hearing. And hello again, Quincy.
Hello again. I get to two for here. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Thank you for having me. Before we get started, I just also want to thank the CAO's office, County Council's office, and my code compliance partners for helping put this ordinance together here for you. And I'll come right out and just say this is another item where your staff is proposing a local set of regulations in addition, over and above what the state already allows. So I know we talk about that sometimes. I just want to be real clear up front that sometimes our staff feels, your staff feels that that's appropriate. So this is in response to the Medical Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act that that requires a county not hinder but allow with, and they may allow, may have certain local regulations, but we have to allow the delivery of medical cannabis in the county. Right now, our county does not allow any commercial cannabis activity. That state law has changed that, and this is a local ordinance to come up with a program that would allow a non-retail storefront, so you cannot go to the business and purchase it at the business. It can only be delivered to you. The state law does allow us, as I said, to adopt reasonable regulations regarding the retail delivery of medical cannabis. This can include locations, setbacks, buffer zones, in any sort of attacks. It can include also security measures on the site. We brought this to you at the end of last year, and we had a good discussion, and I got good direction from your board on bringing this forward, the things that were important to you. Since then, we've also gone to the Planning Commission, and they had a very, very good discussion at the Planning Commission about this item, and their concerns are summarized in the report. And in the redlined ordinance, there are some yellow highlights, and those were the pieces of the ordinance that the Planning Commission really wanted me to make sure you knew they were speaking into. They had some security concerns about it being left on a porch, about marked vehicles, and basically access to a product that wasn't delivered to the hands of a customer. In our local ordinance, we have the resulting ordinance will have an annual permit with an annual fee, and that will include program monitoring costs. It limits the businesses to being located in several zoning districts: the light industrial, heavy industrial, heavy commercial, and business park zoning districts. It requires businesses to have a buffer, 1,000 feet from schools, daycares, youth centers, limits the building size. There are some security measures, as well as prohibition of delivering cannabis accessories or promotional materials. We do have a proposed fee in here that is set to be at full cost recovery. You're not deciding on that fee today. That fee will come in December when we bring the full Community Development Department fee update to you for your consideration. There is enforcement provisions, and I believe that is what I wanted to cover. Yeah, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Oh, one last thing. Where we left it with your board last year was there was some consideration to geographical restrictions that came up. Some board members wanted one, some wanted one in each, in one, in a kind of the 108 quarter, the 120 quarter. This ordinance does not propose any limits in the number of businesses that could come in or in their geographic location. And the reason is that statewide, we are observing sort of a recession of the cannabis industry, and we have not had a plethora of businesses coming in to want to do business in the county, to have this operation, that want to be located here. And so because it's not a burning issue, we didn't put any of those, there also wasn't consensus, but we didn't put any of those either limitations or geographic limitations in the ordinance. But if your board wants to do that, we can make those revisions and bring it back. We're happy to do that. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you rephrase that? We can put limitations on if they're from outside?
No, if an individual wanted to have a non-retail storefront business here, you could limit, we're only going to have 5. You could further limit the zonings that they could be in. It's only going to be in heavy industrial. So there was a discussion about, okay, we only want to allow one in this geographic area, one in this geographic area, as another way to sort of regulate the number of businesses.
And you're saying none of that's being discussed?
None of that is in this ordinance for the reasons I stated. Correct.
Gotcha.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, any additional questions, Supervisor Kirk, before we move on to others? Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, because I wasn't sure if we discussed this at that meeting in my memory, but this has for delivery only, basically unmarked building, unmarked car, storage warehouse that would be shipping direct to a door or to a consumer. So this would not be allowing a person to come to that place of business and be able to pick it up.
That's correct, Supervisor Brandon.
Let me see if there's additional first, please. Supervisor Half, any questions? Supervisor Campbell? Okay, Supervisor Kirk, please go ahead.
So if somebody is coming in to do deliveries, do they not need a permit from us? Because obviously these rules wouldn't apply if they're coming from Modesto or Mariposa or somewhere else.
That's
So
correct. They do not need a permit for us to deliver into our county.
why is that?
We don't have a program for that.
Would that be useful, beneficial for like law enforcement?
Well, I won't answer for law enforcement. I think that would be, that would take additional resources beyond what we have right now. That would take considerable resources beyond what we have right now.
Okay. I know it's kind of, Sheriff, does that spark an interest in you at all? I don't think it, I just would like, sorry, I didn't email this to you because I just thought of it. Maybe it'd be nice to know how many people are doing.
Good afternoon, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. It absolutely interests me. If there was a mechanism to track and impose a license or a fee of some sort, it would be highly seductive when it comes to talking about offsetting and recouping some of the costs that controlled substance create for us in here. I can't even begin to imagine what that would look like, to be able to track or have a system that would organize all of the individuals who are coming here to deliver or dispense or whatever the language will be. And I will say this, that the more governance that gets put on marijuana, the more we find a robust black market. And I just received this briefing from a high-level official in the Department of Cannabis who said that the market is extremely flooded right now with illegal cannabis, is what we're calling it, that contains chemicals and all kinds of other things. So because of the legislation that exists now and that we continue to see, I think that it's completely overwhelming to begin to even have a matrix or a way to keep track of who's coming in here for the purposes of delivering. I don't think it's impossible. I'm not sure what that would look like. But to answer your question, it's highly seductive if we could find out a way to do that efficiently and recoup some of the costs of the damage that it does to our community.
Okay.
Only because I could think of that this is already happening on every level.
Well, and I just found out for the next time, I think it's the next time, maybe it's this time, that the two dispensaries in the city of Sonora, they're only supposed to be doing medicinal deliveries. They're doing recreational deliveries as well. So just our local 2 ones are breaking the law. So,
and I would think that it's a reasonable inference that beyond the scope of those businesses, that it is also taking place. I think that you have people that are selling it illegally, delivering it illegally, in all facets. And so on goes round and round this chasing of our tail of trying to combat legislation or what we think is poor legislation and how we create quality of life in Tuolumne County. So I agree that probably is happening. I would assume that it absolutely is, but not just in any one entity. I think you would have to find the drug dealer to begin with, and then also find out who's delivering and who's doing that. And it's highly lucrative. It's a financial opportunity.
I thought the pot problem was supposed to go away with all the...
Yeah. Well,
we said, but nobody listens to law enforcement.
And here's another issue that DCC is also dealing with, is that right now you have counties like Orange County, San Diego County, Riverside County that have their own task force that specifically go into these pot shops, for lack of a better word, or dispensary or whatever they're calling them, to test the product that's in there to ensure that it's being grown in compliance with what the state regulated. They have their own labs, and they are testing this product to make sure. And the percentages are astronomical of black market product that they're finding being sold out of these areas. So much that the agencies and jurisdictions that I just listed have their own task force, their own lab specific for these things. Because the chemicals that are being used to grow the illegal cannabis is flooding the market, and there's no way to really track it aside from doing those visits, which would be extremely overwhelming for any agency. Hence why we have DCC to also research and hopefully enforce, but that is a uphill battle.
So in a perfect world, with what I brought up, what would that look like? Have somebody who's, if you wanted to do business and do deliveries in Tuolumne County, you'd have to get a permit, and that permit would be X amount of money for you to go check up on those. I mean, it's a question.
Well, I think the question would be something like this. Let's say we wanted to control Uber, right? How would you even begin to identify who is legally operating as an Uber and who is just offering people rides? I know that's a hip pocket example, but that's just kind of what comes into my mind right now as to how you would even begin to pinpoint what that would look like.
It'd be a business license. I mean,
it very well could be a business license. It could be a transportation license where you have to, pizza delivery folks where, put a light up and they, go out and they have magnets. I don't know what that would look like. It's possible. I just, I hadn't put it on the drawing board to say, what does it look like for folks that are bringing that in across the county line and delivering it? 1128 did, I believe, amend the Business and Professions Code to allow that for medicinal marijuana. Outside of that,
So
I don't know.
I'll end it with this. I guess my question is, if I thought of the idea, are any other jurisdictions in the state having a permit requirement to do deliveries into counties? Do we know?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Sorry. If I
That's
thought
okay.
of it, I
No,
would've said
don't
it too.
apologize. It's an interesting.
Specific to the ordinance here, rather than looking at tracking the entire transportation system, I think it would be logging sale volumes and logging deliveries, and basically seeing that adds up to a ledger that is even, right, at the actual source. So who cares where it's transported in, or that they have to show that they got it from a legal source and that they sold that amount. So
Requiring people to use that mechanism to purchase. You could log into something and say, yeah, I want to order this, but you could also just text message your dealer and have them deliver it as well.
yeah. And specifically, I mean, not to the illegal market, I mean at the legal establishment here. That's just keeping a ledger of sales, but yeah, the illegal market.
What the problem
Put
is
stingrays everywhere and
the
get all
problem
the
is
texts.
our legal dispensaries here are illegally selling recreational via deliveries under the name of medicinal. So my point is, everybody in the game is being crooked. So
I think that most of the industry, obviously transitioning from clandestine operation, then moving into storefront, and then recreation, and then legal, different degrees of legalizing that. Again, I think if people could find cigarettes for cheaper illegally, they would 100% buy them cheaper illegally. The same way it's cheaper to buy marijuana illegally. I think that it's a financial opportunity and it's driven by consumerism. But again, I think that the idea is spearheading that all of them need a system or a mechanism to track it. Getting folks to utilize that mechanism would in and of itself be the challenge to keep track and even know what that looks like. For example, we can impose that, let's say it's a 15% tax on these medical deliveries. Well, a lot of that goes on the onus of the individuals who are keeping their books to say, well, here's what 15% of my here's what it looked like, and here's what 15% is. There's really no way to track it, not to mention that the banks are still not allowing that money from that industry to be deposited or run through the system. So I don't know if that was helpful or not. But
Yeah, I would ask because
like it's a game of mafia.
I would ask because we've got the next
state's
agenda.
leading it.
We had the next agenda item and we're treading on it pretty much here. So let's finish this one first and then move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Goldenberg, I just wanted to clarify something because I see something in the memo that the proposed zoning districts are both C1 and C2, business park, and then L1 and L2. So I just want to make sure I'm being really clear on that because I see that in one part of the memo I left out the C1, and it's referenced in the ordinance code what the correct zoning districts are, and that is in 1746-060 applicability. So I just wanted to be really clear on that.
Okay, I'd like to look for public comment before I bring it back to the board here. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, so I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brandon, you had comments.
Great, thank you. It's hard to tell with the red line version. I think it's 17.46.065, page 17-171. However those page numbers work. I guess title 17, I don't know. Anyway. So it's section B under there, or maybe it's the next one there, but it's talking about the site and operation requirements. One thing is not every place in the county is very mail reachable or has, mailboxes or that. I can understand maybe not having a retail establishment in terms of, I think the same as a dispensary and that, but the idea of not being able to drive and do on-site pickup to me is just unusual. So my personal recommendation would be to ask the board, all the same, we're talking about, unmarked building, same security and all of that, but allowing that if somebody drives the facility, they're able to basically make a purchase. I thought that was kind of what we had talked about originally, was this is not a shop, but it doesn't necessarily have to be only mail delivery. So
sneaky, setting up pot shops in the community.
Imagine all the P.O. boxes.
So
I don't remember all the details on the previous discussions, but I do recall that there'd be no on-site sales, period. And I mean, we had all kinds of other fencing things and, different areas. So
I can just clarify, the state law only requires that you allow delivery. So what Supervisor Brandon is requesting is beyond what the state law requires our county to do. And so if that was something the board wanted us to consider, we would need to go back and rework the ordinance to allow that. And this ordinance is just really responding to the bare minimum of what the state law is requiring us to do, with a little local flavor, and we'll take any direction you give us.
And actually, that's fine too, because being here, it says it's in a fixed structure, it's not open to the public, and it's not a retail storefront, which is also what I'd be proposing into it. It's only that they are able to, at the point of the door, have something. It's not a big deal. So if we don't want to change it, that's fine. We can move forward with it.
Okay. Any additional board comments?
I think my only comment was back to what we were discussing with the sheriff, which was if we wanted to entertain a permit for outside deliveries, would that be part of this ordinance, or would that be a completely different conversation, different ordinance?
I would say it's something different in that this has to do with zoning regulations for a specific piece of property.
Okay.
And so that would be different than a program that would be used in more of a an in and out, that the regulations aren't based on a physical piece of property. And so that would be, I would think they would be different, different in that we wouldn't be putting something into 17-46060 in terms of site and operation requirements. It may still end up in the zoning code, but it would be different than the regulations we're applying to a specific piece of property.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'll move on approving a staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay.
It's a cool ringtone.
So if the clerk could please read, it should be our last item, our 1:30 p.m. 4.
1:30 p.m. 4, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 3.30 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to establish tax rates for specified commercial cannabis activities authorized by SB 1186 and setting the second reading and adoption for December 3rd, 2024, in consideration of providing further direction on taxing deliveries of commercial cannabis in the unincorporated territory of Tuolumne County.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us, Tracy Riggs and Mark Fisher with the County Administration Office. This is an item that we are returning to your board based on the direction you had previously provided. There are two sections to this board memo before you today, and Mark's actually going to put up the slide that we previously discussed about the focus points of the agenda item, because we know this one is probably likely to go off the rails a bit. So the first one is related to what you just passed, the previous item, which is medicinal marijuana being delivered into the county, and what that looks like, and that was the alignment with state law. This one is about a fee. You had asked that the staff look at the fees around surrounding areas and return with that, and I'm going to defer to Mark here in a minute. So there's the fee associated with that. The second part of this is, upon investigation into this, Mark became aware that we have the two dispensaries locally that are are actually delivering in the unincorporated area. So the first one is adopting an ordinance an ordinance that would establish a fee for the item that you just passed. The second one is direction only, and that's why we put this item up to kind of keep that focus. So, and I'm going to defer to Mark as he can tell you what he found and go through all of his detailed information.
We just need to clarify that this is going to be a tax, not a fee.
So between the last item and what CAO Riggs just opened up with, there isn't too much more for me to say for the first part of this, other than that through the research of commercial cannabis business activity in surrounding jurisdictions, we uncovered that the tax rates for retail delivery typically range between 4 and 8% of gross receipts. So based on this is our recommendation that we set the tax rate for at 5% gross receipts for all activities connected to the potential non-storefront delivery warehouse businesses established in the unincorporated area of the county pursuant to the previous item's ordinance. The 5% gross receipts specifically apply to the activities of distributing, distribution facility, storage, and delivery. So with regard to the second part of this discussion, yes, I started looking into what is currently being advertised by some of the local businesses, and I discovered that they are advertising delivery of both medicinal and recreational cannabis to areas within Tuolumne County. Some of these businesses are outside of the county itself. Some of them are outside of the unincorporated area. We even found some evidence of I don't know how I would describe this, what I would call a proxy address, where there was an address that was registered within the city limits, where the actual registered address of the business was somewhere in Sacramento. And so we suspect what they do is their home business is in Sacramento, and then they come here with like a delivery van, and when they get orders for this area, they make deliveries through that way. So yeah, really for the second part of this, we are just reaching out to ask for your direction on how would you like to proceed now that we are aware that this kind of commercial cannabis business activity is occurring within the unincorporated area? Oh, yes. Sorry. The recommendation for specifically the draft ordinance. We are recommending that your board waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 3.30 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to establish tax rates for specified commercial cannabis activities authorized by SB 1186 and set the second reading and adoption for December 3rd, 2024. We'd be happy to ask any further questions that you might have.
Supervisor Kirk.
Of course, Kirk. Cannabis for medicinal state law. Is medicinal or is recreational state law that we have to allow for that?
No, it's medicinal.
Medicinal.
It would be your
so
discretion.
Recreational, we don't have to. So we're talking about putting a tax on people who are bringing in recreational, which is basically subverting our board's proposition or our board's position that we don't want to do recreational dispensaries. Okay, I can't hear you.
So the recommendation for the tax rate is specific to activities connected to SB 1186. So in other words, only taxing medicinal deliveries subject to the businesses covered in the previous item, these warehouse, non-storefront delivery businesses.
So we're blurring it a little bit. So this is about medicinal, the tax rate for medicinal.
Yeah, the number one, the recommendation is specifically to set tax rates as they relate to medicinal
and in
delivery
the middle
businesses.
of all that, you're discovering that people are also selling recreationally.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I thought that it would be good to just bring it to your attention because it was something
because we got to part ways. So medicinal, I get it. My question on that is, and then we'll talk about recreational. My question on the medicinal is, I guess the recommendation is 5, but why not 7 or 8? Like, why not? What is the city of Sonora, I guess, right now? Why would not be in comparison with them?
The city of Sonora wasn't able to find. I didn't get a response from them. I was more matching towards Calaveras. Stanislaus is 8%, but they have a much higher population. And so I was thinking that their population could merit a higher rate.
Okay.
More just sort of following with what Calaveras had set out.
Okay. I just think if we're trying to be a healthy community and we do 5%, I would think maybe not. I mean, maybe more would come in, maybe not. But I personally would rather go towards the 7 or 8% mark. I don't know if the rest of the board would feel like that. So that's on the medicinal. But then the other thing, and I don't know if this is part of the question, on the recreational, if we know people are breaking, basically, we don't allow for recreational dispensaries or deliveries, why can't, if we know who they are, why can't we just send that list to the DA's office and bring a case against them?
What we'd like to do is have you take action on the first item first, and then we want to get direction on how you might like to proceed, like coming back in the future with an item with some, like what would enforcement look like? What would a tax look like? But first we want to find out, does your board want
So
us
let's
to
talk
spend?
about medicinal.
Let's do medicinal
tax
first.
rate.
If
Okay.
you want to approve, set your tax rate. I will look at council, if they change the rate as opposed to the way that it's been posted, that this is a public hearing. No, this is a ordinance. That's at 5%. So do we need to redo it if they change the rate?
We would need another first reading.
Okay, that's my question. Yeah, so if you change the tax rate, we just have to bring it back for another first reading. If you leave it how it is today, then it would be 5% for medicinal.
5% is good.
I'd say put it at 8.
Calaveras is 5%. I think it might be helpful to, would this, okay, we know we have delivery services from Calaveras County coming into Tuolumne County. So would they be charged this 5% as well?
Don't know. I'm looking to see council if they know.
I'm sorry, there was discussion. What was the question?
So we know that Calaveras County does delivery into Tuolumne County. Medicinal, probably, definitely recreational, they do it all. Would we have any way of charging this 5% to them when they come in to our county?
Yes, for medicinal, we'd be setting a rate on medicinal deliveries. If they just pass through the county, it is business activity in the county, it would be taxable. If it's for recreational purposes, we would not be, at least as it's drafted, setting a rate for that, so it would not be taxable. If your board did eliminate the limitation on medicinal and apply it across the board, it is possible to tax legal activity. So that is a potential, but as it's drafted, this is to avoid confusion that the tax ordinance would be legalizing recreational deliveries. It's not, so we just limited this to medicinal only.
Right, so understood. So keeping it at medicinal just for today and seeing that Calaveras County charges 5%, I think we should, and knowing that they come into our county, let's just make it simple and keep it at 5%.
And Supervisor, that actually, I was kind of getting some of the gears turning when you mentioned that, because I guess where we set the tax rate depends on whether we're trying to encourage more cannabis dispensaries to deliver outside our county or encourage more delivery into our county. If we were to raise the tax rate really high, what that would do is disincentivize delivery into our county from Calaveras and incentivize delivery from our county to Calaveras. And so essentially what you're doing is bolstering the internal cannabis industry in Tuolumne County if you keep the rate high.
Well, let's remember we're talking about medicinal. People are sick.
Yeah.
They're using this to help them.
So anyway, what I was getting to is I agree with you. I think 5% makes sense because that way you're not incentivizing one or the other.
Right.
We just want to correct that your board can make a change to the percentage without another first reading. So you can do that.
I think it doesn't really matter. So I don't care if it's 5 and I don't care if it's 8. I think we're going to get 1, maybe 2 of these. It's going to look like a shed. Nobody's even going to know that it exists, and it will be shipping through the mail. So I don't care.
You said shed, right?
It's going to look like a big shed.
Yeah, I'm more interested in people who are breaking the law. Like, if we have a list of those, why don't we send it to the DA's office? I could care less, I guess. Not care less, 5, 8, whatever. Like I said, you're dealing with crooked folks most of the time anyways, including the 2 in our county.
I'll weigh in at 5%.
There we go.
Also, would like to get public comment.
Just a data point, according to a My Motherlode article from May 3rd of 2021, Sonora is charging 7.5% gross profits.
Undercut.
Well, I kind of liked your argument, Supervisor Campbell, so I'd make it 15%. But you're doing a lot of talking about your district attorney, and I'm not sure your district attorney has any capacity to handle any of these cases, no matter what you vote for.
Any additional public comment? All right, I'll close. No, we didn't have a public hearing on this one. Sorry. I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments before we move on this?
We're doing two separate things then? Okay. I'll move on recommendation 1.
Right, let's take that
5%.
one. Okay, so motion by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second.
Okay.
To waive the ordinance.
That was the first one.
So that's on recommendation number 1.
Well,
And then
it's
I'll-
two things. It's waiving the first ordinance and then giving direction for 5%. Is that correct?
I second Ryan's motion.
And then I'll put out a motion. What was it? 7.75 of the city? So I'd just be along with the city, 7.75%, if anybody wants to second that.
CEO Riggs, are we still separating these out here, or what are we doing for a motion?
The first one is your medicinal tax, and that one is what you're deciding on. You can change it according to council without having to bring it back, so you could change the tax rate if you wanted. I don't know if that is for medicinal or for a commercial, I'm not sure. But right now, that's what we're waiting for. So you have one motion with the 5%, and then it sounds like Supervisor Kirk did an alternate for 7.5.
Going once, going twice? All right. Let's go with the other one then.
Okay, so
So
I have a motion by Supervisor
and I
Brandon
seconded.
and a second by Supervisor Campbell. And can you restate your motion, please?
My motion is to waive the first reading and approve of the ordinance at 5% tax rate.
Okay,
Right? Good?
Yeah, we're setting the second reading for the.
And setting the second reading.
okay.
And I second.
There we
Second,
Third.
all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay,
So the next one, we're just looking for direction that we would not come back until after probably early spring at the earliest of next year because of all that's going on, and you're well aware what that is. Now that we're aware of it, what's the type of things you might like us to look at? Is it setting a tax if people are going to deliver into the county? We would need to look at that. We need to look at our ordinance. Is it enforcement? Is it, another one is.
Talking about recreational, correct?
Recreational, or is it ignore? I mean, there's 3, right? Ignore it, make a tax on it, or enforce it. I'm not really sure. We'd pull the team together on what enforcement might look like. But those are those options. We're just looking for direction. Is that something you want staff to spend time on to return after the beginning of the new year? And we'll get together as a team to come up with some options.
We're going to build a wall.
Build a wall.
All right.
Can I ask a question, Chair Goldberg?
absolutely, go ahead.
Why
Supervisor.
wait till the begin? I mean, why can't we just reach across to our law enforcement partners and say, what do you think? Why do we have to
Well,
wait?
I can tell you,
to do
Sarah and I
this?
don't have capacity to spend time
I
on
can
one
call
more
the
thing.
DA and talk to the sheriff.
Yeah, you could.
In like 20 minutes.
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
I
So
don't,
I'd like
don't
to
know that you have alignment that that's what you all want to
Okay.
do. That's the bigger thing.
So that would be my first request. If we know who's breaking laws,
Enforcement.
see if there's any sort of enforcement. The other thing would be, is the city aware that the folks which they're given jurisdiction to do these operations are violating county ordinances, and are they willing to have a conversation or enforce
I
on
can
their own
talk to
people?
Melissa
I mean, they
about
hold the
it.
permit. They could
Yeah.
pull the permit.
We can talk with Melissa about that too, yeah.
So
So I'm fine with conversation happening with them. But again, the idea of, I mean, really, who knows who is in the transportation sector and couriers and Uber comment, is around in the county. it would be, I feel like, prohibitively difficult, especially where we don't have all their business license enforcement and stuff within the city. We don't have one with the county. So somebody goes and picks it up and drops it off to somebody like Postmates or something, or even if it's a regular service, that it would be very difficult to basically enforce any level of compliance at this scale. The cost to do that would be really challenging. And I don't think we would get a lot, because we're not, I don't see it being a huge amount. If anything, and it was, let's say we throw 15% on it and we're able to do that. And I don't know if we can, because they're allowed to deliver anywhere they want in the state, right? I think, though they're in a different retail type thing. Then people are just going to go pick it up. I mean, it's not really changing anything. So I wouldn't waste a ton of time on it. Talk to them. If there's something easy we can kind of figure out, great.
Yeah, and I'm kind of in agreement. I'm just trying to envision a scenario where, so what we're saying is that if somebody, say, runs a red light in unincorporated Tuolumne County, of the three or four red lights that we have, they run a red light, they get pulled over by a sheriff's deputy. The sheriff's deputy sees a package on the front seat that's cannabis from a Sonora City dispensary that they can prove is being delivered to somebody in an unincorporated Tuolumne County. Is that, am I describing kind of the scenario of enforcement here, or is there something else?
I'm not necessarily sure about that, just that we know that they're advertising, the two dispensaries are advertising delivery into like Groveland, Twain Harte areas specifically. So you could assess something to them that if they're going to deliver into the unincorporated areas of which your current ordinance would make that not a lawful activity, you could. I agree, trying to enforce it, other than the way that they're doing it at the place of business where you see them, could be extremely difficult. And I'm not going to pretend to know what that would look like.
Pretty much assume probably any deliveries that are coming out of there are probably going into unincorporated Tuolumne County, because it's it's pretty
local.
If you're in the city of Sonora, it's pretty close. So why would you have somebody deliver it 2 blocks away?
If we can't do it for vapes, which are
You're
illegal
eating
contraband.
nachos and watching cartoons.
So
again, we're just bringing it to attention because we're aware of it. It's actually being advertised on their sites. It could be, you have two saying don't waste time on it.
It's illegal right now?
So that's what, I went over and we were talking. Right now, your ordinance does not allow for commercial cannabis within any area of the, and I'm not saying it right, recreational use within the unincorporated area. Thank you.
And the state law doesn't require us to do anything about that. We could.
You could.
Well, I think if you're not going to hear this until sometime into 25, this should be something that the whole board should be polled on when it's the new board.
Yeah, we can. That's what we can also bring it up even during the workshop, just as a point of conversation, to see if that's something the board wants us to spend time on.
And in the meantime, I think law enforcement should also weigh in on that.
And I will talk with Melissa to see if she's aware that they're doing that and what their compliance is.
Personally, I could care less about the compliance level of it too, or if somebody buys it from Calaveras, and that's just my personal opinion with it. We've made determinations of whether you can grow or sell it here at a business in the county. Whether somebody smokes it, that is a lot out of our hands. But if this comes back and you could say, hey, this is a revenue provider that's going to produce a lot more from out-of-county sales into our county or from the city into the county, then it's going to cost to enforce. I think it's an option. Other than that, my direction would be, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to even bring back and put any time into it, and that would be my direction.
Jeez.
Well, I kind of like CEO Riggs' idea of bringing it to the board workshop in January with the new board in place. I think that's more appropriate.
I think that's a great idea.
I think if you get diagnosed with stress, you can grow 6
Are we good on
plants,
direction then? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. That concludes our board meeting for today. Thank you very much, and adjourned.
No reports, huh? No reports.
Everybody is welcome to attend Embers at 5 p.m. for a non-specific celebration.